Well, that's good. Actually, I didn't really say anything worthwhile, so that's okay. That's all right. Yeah, it wasn't that good to begin with. Anyway, good morning. Oh, good. Only a minute? Not my usual 3 minutes? Yay! Anyway, good morning. How is everyone? Good morning. 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 Hello, Neil. Bonjour. Is there like a good morning? What's the good morning? Because isn't bonjour like just like, hello, good day? Might not. Although no music might cut down the time. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the music. Bon matin. Bon matin. Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Bon matin. Hi, Lee. Oh, no. Made it home to a monsoon. Oh, no. That's right. You just got home from Toronto. Oh, my God. Bonjour is good day. Yeah, I imagine. I don't know. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know. I just thought it'd be fun to know. Anyway, good morning, everyone. How are you? I don't know. Remnants of Barrel. Oh, God, yes. God, that thing is massive. It went all the way up to you? Oh, my God. That's crazy. I think we need a little bit of a storm here. We don't need a hurricane. And so I apologize to those of you who are experiencing hurricanes. But it would be nice to have a little rain here in Los Angeles just to kind of like, learning is good. I try to do that. Yeah, it rarely happens. I don't always succeed. I try to learn. I try to at least be exposed to some new information every day. And I don't think that's that hard. I'm not acting like that's like some big fucking accomplishment. Yeah, it's just a big accomplishment that I have, Forecast for rain. Oh, so no pool. Well, you know what, though? You get unpacked. You get your laundry done. I know. I'm making up like a fantasy Wednesday for you. But it's good. It's good to come home from a trip and kind of nest. We're supposed to get a hard rain in Montreal this afternoon. Remnants of Barrel. Wow. That bitch is everywhere. Never rains in California, but girl, don't they warn ya. Yep. Pepper, hi darling, how are you? It never rains in California. I don't know that song. I know the song, I know the line, but I can't remember the tune. It never rains in California. It's so true, it rains all the time. Hi Easily, how are you? And your colleague, you have to cover both desks. Oh, that's true. Actually, good point. Good point. Yeah, you can just release yourself to work. I like that. It's 70s. Easy listening. I know. Pepper, I remember that part of the song. I just don't remember the song. So I'm with you. I'm with you. I understand. It never rains in California. Da-da. Is that the song? Da-da-da. No, that's the night that they caught an innocent man. That's the wrong song. Da-da-da-da-da. You don't. Da-da. Maybe that is that song. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. But was it about a guy that ran away from the law? I don't even know. Was it? I don't know. You know what I do know? No, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about stuff I like to talk about. Night in Georgia. That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia. Yeah, it is a similar melody. That's the night that you know what? It absolutely is not the same song. It absolutely is not the same song. Fuck. There's actually committees meeting this morning. So we'll probably jump to a committee meeting. Or the Senate is blarfing. So we might watch the Senate. And and the chuds are restless. But we won't be watching them. I need to escape my past. I need to you know what I need? I need one of those mind melds, you know, when they come in and like Men in Black where they just go bleep, you forget everything. Nobody bothers you anymore because you forget everything. That's what I want. I want one of those. It's a rough time right now. Like, I don't know about you guys, but it's heavy right now. And it's like impacting relationships and stuff. I don't know. Is that happening for anybody else? Or is that just me? It could be just me. But I feel like things are just a little like people are are like not understanding each other. And I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of heaviness right now. Maybe that's just among the people that I know. But I just feel like there's a lot. Everybody's trying to like focus on the right things and not freak out or freak out. And, and I mean, so we're all like, I don't know. I think I'm just acknowledging that it's like a really weird atmosphere right now. That's all. It's like a strange atmosphere. I don't know. It could just be me too. It totally could. It could totally be me. I don't know. That's fine. Let's see. Oh my God. We watched Bad Faith last night and, I need to watch it again. So I think one of the things I've been trying to, or what helps me in my brain around this is having kind of like a storyline. I've talked to like about this before. I just, I kind of like, it needs evangelism. Yeah. I feel like that movie for me kind of drew together a lot of things that we should have an avocado farm screening. Yes. That's it. That's a great idea. Let's take it to avocado farms everywhere. That's because the Flynn movie was shown at an avocado farm. Anyway. So it's such a good movie, and it helps explain. Thank you, Pepper. It helps explain a little bit of how we got here and who's really in charge of the Republican Party. I guess that's my point, right? Like, I think that movie to me tied up a lot of names together that I've heard so much over the last couple of years. And it really helped me understand how the Republican Party is so not the Republican Party. Like, literally the Tea Party, just to keep it simple, the Tea Party push was the beginning of the end of the Republican Party as it might have been known. And it was like, it's funny because I remember the Tea Party times, and I remember just hearing about them and thinking, oh, who are these like rabble rousers, whiny butt, conservative bullshit, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, I remember thinking all of those things, but not thinking that they would gain power per se. I mean, other than becoming a faction of the Republican Party that was like troublesome and things like that. But no, this was a real attempt at a power grab, and it worked. The power grab worked. The power grab of the evangelicals worked. And this movie discusses the Council for National Policy, and how that is the umbrella, really, of all of these other organizations, all the way down to like Turning Point USA, right? All of those things are part of the ecosystem of the Council for National Policy, which has been how we got here. That's really how we got here, I think. I mean, just to keep it really simple, on its simplest level. So I think this is a movie that we do need to talk about. I really feel committed now to doing like a reaction show to it, because I know I can't show the whole thing on YouTube, but I can clip it and maybe we can walk through the clips. I think I can do that. I don't know. This movie to me was really a good compilation of a lot of the threads and things that we've seen. So to me, it put it in one stop. And this movie to me would be a great way to help people who are on the outside of like Twitter and all this, instant information, fast info. It would make it, I think, easier to explain. I don't know. I'm going to recommend it to my siblings and see what they think. I'm going to see if I can, maybe I'll just do a streaming with my siblings. That actually would be really good. I don't know. I'm just interested to hear how normies react to it, frankly. So, I don't know. I think it is a good movie. I think it's a movie that was well made about, and it just kind of tied things up for me in ways that I don't know. I've been hoping someone would. So, Bush has been too quiet. I think Bush is absolutely sidelined. I think their intention, the intention of Tea Party-esque people was to stop kowtowing to human rights, stop kowtowing to, democracy. And it also talked about how the abortion battle fed into their racist views around and desegregation and other things. So it's a very good film. I need to watch it again. It's a very good film about this time, and I hope more people. I know it's been popular. I hope that more people see it. One of the things that resonated with me was how Falwell used the abortion issue to cover for the racism. Yes, thank you, Pepper. That's what I was trying to describe. That to me was fascinating. I actually didn't realize that. I didn't. I didn't. I mean, I did, but I didn't. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. I'm just, I'm really grateful for storytellers that can weave this in a way that helps. Because maybe, I mean, I understand that, like, I don't know. It's hard for me to wrap my head around the concept of competing. You always think of, well, let me back up. I can be like the rest of everyone and think about things as a movie, right? And look at this and go, oh, okay, what's happening in the movie now? And but it doesn't. It's almost like it's so unbelievable that a faction of the party would manipulate and lie so much and make that almost the centerpiece of their existence, right? Which is really what the Tea Party has done. The centerpiece of their existence is that all of this democracy bullshit is dumb, and it really should be preserving, white wealth. This all started by a lie of a land deal. Yeah. One of the, let's see, Bush has been too quiet. Russians made the long-term investment. They really did. And they had a few to choose from, right? So Newt Gingrich, yeah, he didn't really come up as much in the movie as I thought he would. So I'm kind of interested. Canada's beating Argentina in the soccer. Oh my God. It's a big, no, Canada's not. Oh, you're just saying if Canada beat Argentina. I'm like, Canada beat Argentina. That won't ever happen, but okay. When is that game? Is that played? I keep trying to make it. I keep trying to watch some of the games, and I keep missing them. But yesterday, Bobo and I watched a best of goals thing, which was fun. We just cut right to the chase and watched all the people make the goals. That was the best part. Canada lost to Argentina 2-0 last night. Sorry, Neil. Well, 2-0 is a pretty decent score against Argentina, don't you think? I mean, that's pretty decent. I don't know who the Canadian soccer stars are. Please have the side chat. Are you kidding me? I adore that. I adore the side chats. The fact that people can come here and connect with people that they don't always connect with, it makes me so happy. You don't even know. Frankly, you could all be talking to each other and not even paying attention to me, and it would still make me happy. I want to have a bar where everybody knows your name. I'm happy I don't know who the Canadian stars are either. Sorry, Neil. That's okay. I don't know who the American stars are either. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know Messi, and I know, I know Zinedine Zidane, but he's not a player anymore, but he used to be my favorite. Basketball. Yeah, I like basketball too. I like live basketball. I really like live basketball. I used to, I ran a high school, and our team actually won the championship because they're fucking amazing. Hello. So I love live basketball. I still have a film of like the winning basket they made for the champ. It was such a great moment. I've never been to be swept up in that euphoria of kids that you've been with who have worked so hard, and like the kids on the basketball team were some of the nicest kids in our school. Like they were so fucking nice and great kids. And just to see them win, like a little bit of an underdog school, it was like one of those moments on TV when they make the basket and the whole like arena, like, wow, that's what happened. And we ran on the court. It was so great. It was really great. It was a really great moment. I was really proud of them. Yeah. I was good at basketball. Then I found out, oh, stop. Man, Masad, why? Stop. Happy with the 2-0 loss, though. I'm surprised Canada didn't goon it up and take out Messi. That's how you win hockey games or soccer games. That's right. Why didn't they pin him against the wall? No. God, I can't believe Messi's great. Messi is a great player. I will say that. I can't believe he's still playing, but he is a great player and fun to watch. My dad was a sport fanatic. I know. My mom loved live sports. My mom was the one who turned me on to live sports because she was like, I really want to see something that's live and happening right now. So she loved sports. Like, I don't know. I can't even understand it. But, what is that, my cat? What are you doing? Gus, stop it. I think he's like eating something really loud. My favorite is football, but the Bears have been really bad. Oh, yeah. Sundays are miserable, so I wait till playoffs. I know. Above the Rim is a good movie. Yeah, it is. The other thing is, like my siblings are diehard Giants and Niners fans and Warriors. Let me tell you, like we're Bay Area, so like those are our teams, and my brothers and sisters are fanatics about baseball mostly. Football, yes, but mostly baseball. They're big into the Giants. So I grew up with kind of Bay Area sports. And we used to go to like Warriors games in Oakland. We went to Warriors games once or twice. And then I had season tickets with my ex-husband to the Oakland A's. That was fun. Oh my God, we had so much fun. He loved the Oakland A's so much. Or he does. He's still alive. I just talked to him the other day. He's still alive. So, yeah, it was interesting. So yeah, I'm actually really good about, like, I love watching sports. And I can, like, football talk already big in Detroit. Training camp starts in a few weeks. That's so cool. I don't like the head. I don't like the head, whatever. The head injuries. What are you doing? Oh, I see. You're playing with something really loud. Okay. Yeah, I remember the earthquake. Well, yeah, I was living in the Bay Area during the earthquake. And I remember came home early from work because I was a I was a broker. So I came home early from work and we were going to watch the game. And I fell asleep like on the couch or something. And then earthquake. And my husband's like, get out of the house. Get out of the house. So we did. Anyway. Ah, the good old days. Oh, the earthquakes. Oh, dear. Anyway, let's see. Listening to baseball on the radio during summer. Oh, yeah, I know. I know. No, they're not scary. No, because your building won't fall down here. It would be scarier if I lived in a place where the buildings would fall down. Then that would, I mean, I'm sure any building could technically fall down. So I'm not saying that couldn't happen. But no, they're not scary. I would be more scared of like tornadoes. Tornadoes to me are more scary. Because earthquakes stop pretty quickly. So you can usually like, I don't know. And they just build buildings better over. So it makes you not worry as much about it. Although I think if you live in that really tall building in San Francisco, you should probably worry about it. You know that really tall building in San Francisco that's going to fall over because it's like sinking into the ground? Do you remember that? That like still exists. People still live there. You take shrooms in a tornado. Well, that's probably a good idea, I guess. Then you won't know if you get blown into the barn. That's probably a good idea. That's probably a good idea. Let me see if there's any. Oh, it's only 7 now. Okay, I'm gonna check out some YouTubius. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Hey. Wow, we've got like a big tournament, a big hockey tournament happening behind me. Let's see. We got spoiled with Jordan Cubs win World Series. Only celebrated for 1 week. Then Trump won. President shortest celebration in any other city. That's really sad. That's so sad easily. I took shrimp. Me too. Me too. Oh my God. I gotta wash my hair. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I was spoiled too. Like we used to go to Giants games when I was little. I did not see Willie Mays play for the Giants. I did see Willie McCovey play for the Giants, who was also amazing. And then I saw, I was watching the Oakland A's when Ricky Hernandez was the shortstop. He was fucking amazing to watch. Like, he was such an incredible athlete. I mean, I'm sure he's still alive. Sorry, Ricky. I didn't mean to, Kissinger you. I hated Jordan. He always killed the Knicks. Well, I mean, you have to appreciate great basketball, though. That's one thing. When I was a kid, the Hawks were the exotic team in the NHL because it was so far away. That's so cute. You guys are so cute. Oof, been reflecting on the early years of the Trump admin. Flipping horrible times. Yes. Well, and the thing is it, so this is really a good point, Pepper. It's not that it's been memory hold. It's that people are just choosing to ignore it or accepting it as something that it wasn't, right? So the fantasy that MAGA are allowed to think happened during Trump years, the Republicans can't possibly discount that, so they have to go along with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, Jordan. Yeah, he might be the greatest. I don't know. Isn't there, I think Steph Curry's pretty fucking good. I don't know. Seems pretty good to me, but that I am definitely biased. Bruce Sutter may be my all-time favorite pitcher. Really? Who's my all-time favorite pitcher? I don't know. I liked the guy with the mustache. What was that guy? Raleigh Fingers. I used to love him. Just because he had a funny name and he had that great handlebar mustache. I thought that was so cool. Raleigh Fingers. I loved him. And he had such a good attitude. Like, he seemed to have fun all the time. I don't know. Maybe I was a kid, so I don't know. This might be my fantasy version of Raleigh Fingers. Come on, what a great name, too. Jesus. Let's go. Okay, so wait, what's today? Is today the 10th? Yep, sure is. So we do have Chairman Powell testifying. Shitballs. Okay, well, there we go. So we have the... Okay, we'll go ahead and watch this. Hold on, let me go on over here and do this thing over there and do this thing over here. Oops. Why don't you do something first, stupid? Okay, so this is Federal Reserve Chair Powell testifies before House Financial Services panel today. And I'm going to look and see if we have anything else. Yeah. I'm going to mute you because you're kind of bothering me. Mark the Bird Fidrich. Yes, I remember that. When did they do that? When did they decide that, Mossad? When did they allow and integrate the records? Oops. Well, there's Jerry Powell. Hey, Jerry. Recently? Oh my God, really? That's disgusting. They should have... That's interesting. The A's had reunion weekend last weekend. 16 former players showed up from the 74 A's. Oh my God, I didn't watch that. I'm going to go find that. That's so cool. I'm going to go find that, Neil. Thanks. That's really cool. That's really cool. I said that's really cool. Look at that little Patrick Henry. I'm talking to my lawyer. Oh, come on, lady. The grass green and the tan sweater. Stop it. That's a terrible combination. You look like a child's playmat. Stop it. Looks like one of those things Jackie Robinson was a great, yes. I mean, really, there's so many great players. Let me get my campfire out of here. Maybe. Where's my camp? Oh, there it is. Boop. And then, let's see. What is this? Let's see. Federal Reserve Powell. Blah, 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 blah. Well, anyway. And then this morning, I had coffee. And then when I went to poop, it was terrible. And I had the biggest tummy ache in the world. Did you? Oh, that's terrible. I hope that you are able to do that. JLP. I'm sorry. Are you Jerry Powell? We were expecting Jerry Springer. It's so true. Oh my God. Coffee is so good. Coffee is so good. Badger. Good morning, Badger. Good morning. I went to bed at like 9:30 last night. I went to bed so early. It was unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. At least they can poop. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh, Jerry. Jerry looks very upset this morning. Like he does not want to be here. Oh. He's like, I should have had eggs this morning and not oatmeal. That's what he's thinking. Why didn't I just have the eggs? You missed the movie Badger. Badger, I want to watch it again. Would you watch it on Discord? Can you watch it on Discord if I play it on Discord again? Because I would do that. Oops, shit, hold on. Little guy's talking.
the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. We like
Semi-annual.
titles here.
Semi-annual
Title for Humphrey Hawkins. Without objection, all members will have
that's
5
so
legislative
funny.
days within which to submit extraneous material to the chair for inclusion in the record. I'll note at the outset this hearing has a hard stop at 1 p.m., which we will strictly observe, which seems only humane. I'll now recognize myself for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
What?
Thank you, Chair Powell, for being back with us today. With prices increasing more than 20% since President Biden took office, inflation remains top of mind for American families.
Does the president do that?
In fact, only a quarter of Americans describe current economic conditions as good or excellent, according to the most recent data from Gallup's Economic Confidence Index.
I think you have to change a setting on your Discord.
Inflation was not 9% when he took office.
I think there's a setting on the Discord.
The out-of-control inflation we're experiencing now is something that
we'll talk about that.
This administration did not inherit, but is a product of their policies.
Yeah, it's some fucking stupid setting. It's really hard to find, too. God damn it.
Partisan and fiscally reckless spending as a
it's
part
hard
of
to
the
find.
American Rescue Plan poured fuel on a smoldering inflationary fire.
You're not calling,
After a
pal?
delayed response to runaway inflation, the FOMC has acted with a
Let's see what else is going on today.
Interest rate hikes to ease the pain caused by Democrats' failed
wait a minute.
policies.
We got another one.
It is a response,
hold on.
Not the actual disease, but the response the
Hold
Fed is
on.
trying to tame these flames. But it's a response to Democrat policies here on Capitol Hill in the administration. So far this year, inflation has been more persistent than many, including the Fed, previously expected. There's still work
we have
to be
another
done to
hearing
reach the
coming
Fed's
up. I'm
2%
watching for it.
Target.
Ben
As I
Shapiro's
repeatedly
going to...
said, the Fed's, I think, as
Really?
I repeatedly said, the commitment to independence of the Federal Reserve is of utmost importance.
Yes, Pepper,
And
that
it's
is.
critical,
That's the little guy. That's the little guy. Patrick Henry.
Just as, Chair Powell, just as you did
General
in previous
Powell.
administrations, you must not allow politics to cloud
I
the
thought you were
Fed's
dead.
monetary
Oh, well.
policy. However, despite your best efforts, the Fed independence remains at risk.
The PED.
And unfortunately, calls are coming from inside the building. Under Vice Chair Barr, the Fed's regulatory and supervisory agenda has become politicized. Most notably, the development of the Basel III endgame proposal has been a mess. This process has been cloaked in opaque standards and timelines set at meetings of unaccountable global governance bodies. The Fed has promised to process 410 almost universally negative comments, public comments, regarding the unjustified and underutilized initial proposal, or an underanalyzed initial proposal.
Underutilized?
Recent press reports, which
Good
seem
morning,
to be
Scott.
the only
How
way
are
Congress gets
you?
details
Good
on
morning.
the Basel III endgame progress.
Welcome.
And your comments yesterday indicate the Fed will finally conduct a long overdue
he wishes.
quantitative
He wishes he
impact
was Pee Wee
study.
Herman.
That is welcome. And if true, this is a promising development. Chair Powell, the last time you testified before this committee, you stated that the initial Basel III endgame proposal will undergo,
I think
quote,
thinking he's going to say
broad
Mazel Tov.
and material changes, end quote. Yesterday in the Senate, you said the board supports reissuing the updated proposal for public comment. I'm concerned that press reports also claim the Fed will tuck any changes to the proposal into this quantitative impact study. That study, including the substantial changes to the proposal, would then be issued for public feedback with relatively paltry comment period. I'll reiterate to you here what I've said to you in private. Broad and material changes to the Basel III endgame necessitate a full reproposal.
I don't know what the Basel III endgame is.
Stop. Failure to do so will result in an immediate Congressional Review Act vote out of this House of Representatives as quickly as we can possibly process it. Now, it doesn't have to be this way, and I think the Fed adhering to its longstanding principles here is highly important, especially with this interagency process.
Oh, you think sticking to principles is important?
Your steady and capable apolitical leadership
Perhaps we should
Reserve
discuss that.
has shepherded our economy through extreme uncertainty. We now find ourselves in the midst of a new type of uncertainty surrounding the leadership of our nation. Doubts, fears, and panic often lead to bad decision-making and even worse policy. I urge you to reject outside political pressure in this volatile time and stay the course
Look out,
for the
y'all.
good of the American people and our
Watch your
economy
head.
as a whole. Thank you for your service, and I yield back. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back to the Honorable Jerome
Go,
H.
Maxine.
Powell,
Eviscerate.
Chairman, Board of
Eviscerate,
Governors
Patrick.
of the Federal Reserve System. Chair Powell, as we saw with the latest jobs report, the labor market remains strong.
New type of uncertainty,
and the
right?
economy is
Yeah.
surging. Despite inheriting
Committee will come to order
an
without
economy
objection.
from
The chair is
prior
authorized to declare a
administration
recess at
that
any
had the
time.
worst jobs record.
Okay,
since
I'm
the
so
Great
sorry.
Depression.
Wait,
President
I'm gonna
Biden has now
hold on.
overseen a record 15.7 million jobs created since he took office, with 206,000 new jobs created just last month. Not only that, but under the Biden administration, we're witnessing low unemployment rates, rising wages, and stabilizing prices for goods and services. This is not only because of President Biden's strong leadership, but also because of the historic legislation signed into law by President Biden, which has resulted in lower costs, created more jobs, rebuilt our infrastructure, supported small businesses, eliminated mostly junk fees, wiped out more than $144 billion in federal student loan debt.
Okay, we're going to
News outlets that millions of Americans choose to read, watch, and listen to. And how do they do this? WFA members represent roughly 90% of the global advertising spend. That means WFA has almost complete monopoly power over advertising dollars and a tremendous amount of market power. GARM, which is an initiative of the WFA, includes in its membership over 100 of the world's biggest brands, ad tech providers, and advertising agencies. GARM has representatives from each of the 6 major advertising agency holding companies. GARM's steer team, which acts as a board of directors for the organization and approves nearly every action by the alliance, includes Unilever and other massive consumer goods companies, as well as Group M, the world's largest media buying agency. They collude to make sure that no other advertisers support any news outlets, platforms, or creators that these massive companies don't agree with. And these people do not like conservatives. Again, don't take my word for it. Here's what employees at Group M said to GARM's leader about Fox News,
like
the Daily Wire, and Breitbart News. Employees from Group M said, quote, they hated
Scott.
their ideology. That employee was discussing how to pull advertising from these news outlets. And unfortunately, it's not just Group M. Unilever encouraged Facebook to label one of President Trump's political ads as misinformation during the 2020 election, which would have caused that ad to be removed from Facebook. GARM organized a boycott of Twitter when Mr. Musk bought the platform and bragged about cutting Twitter, and then they bragged about cutting Twitter's revenue by 80%. Unilever wrote to GARM's leader that the company had, quote, issues with overtly partisan takes by Elon Musk.
Yeah. He's a fucking Nazi.
Unilever gave was Elon Musk
Hello.
of the
Unilever doesn't want to be associated with Nazis. Hello.
Unilever had a problem with Elon Musk releasing internal Twitter documents to journalists and exposing how and why Twitter incorrectly suppressed the story about
because
the
it was
Biden's
manipulated. They didn't suppress. Okay, all of that was fake. It was a lie.
And the best
It's a
example
lie.
is Spotify's Joe Rogan's comments on Spotify when Joe Rogan's comments about the COVID-19 vaccine.
Which were lies.
To be clear, any of these companies could, on their own, legally refuse to advertise on a certain platform or news outlet or with a certain content creator. Unilateral decisions are not illegal. But if they choose to pull advertising from the Daily Wire or other similar outlets, they will not be reaching millions of Americans who choose to consume that content, but their competitors will. In other words, no single company can unilaterally pull its advertising dollars off a plattom or news outlet.
I thought this was capitalism.
Over a long period of time.
I thought it was capitalism to let the free market decide. Right? I thought that was like the.
Ørsted, a Danish renewable energy company, explained it perfectly when its employees.
I thought that was like.
GARM asking when the Twitter boycott will end.
Forget it.
Ørsted told GARM that Twitter, quote, is an important platform for us to reach our audience, so we would like to consider going back. But they looked to GARM for direction
and they were asking GARM for permission. And frankly, that's exactly how cartels operate.
Who's GARM?
They collude against conservatives and other outlets, platforms, and content creators. In fact, they come right out and say it. GARM's leader wrote that the issue with the advertising industry and digital platforms is the
Who's
quote,
GARM?
extreme global interpretation of the U.S. Constitution. He also complained taking U.S. norms and applying them globally is something that's a concern, and said there's a problem with Americans' 230-year-old Constitution.
I agree easily.
If the WFA and GARM are allowed to continue, if these massive companies can collude without consequences, the results will be devastating. If this cartel continues to target conservative outlets, content creators with different voices and viewpoints,
I like the guy behind him. I like the Chester behind him.
Talking points,
My mom's really proud of me on TV right now.
The funding they need to succeed. They will use their cartel to eliminate competition based on
his disingenuous bitch baby. Disingenuous bitch baby. Disingenuous bitch baby.
That I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, this hearing has nothing to do with antitrust laws, since the majority's allegations wither under even the most basic antitrust analysis. This is instead another dangerous effort by the majority to bully companies into promoting and supporting far-right extremist views, views that brands understandably do not want to be associated with. In this case, the majority seeks to undermine companies' First Amendment rights and to make it harder for them to avoid monetizing online and offline harm through advertising. This includes harm like the creation and distribution of exploitative images and videos of children, the promotion of terrorism and funding of terrorist organizations, the promotion and distribution of foreign propaganda materials, and the promotion and distribution of racist, hate. Her
hair's back. I love this woman.
Theory of supposed antitrust harm.
The Committee on House Administration will come to
Whoa, what's going on?
Quorum is present without objection. The chair may declare recess at any time. Also, without objection, the hearing record will remain.
Propaganda and other harmful content are, quote, colluding to demonetize so-called conservative content. Under the majority's theory, the only way to cure this alleged harm would be for advertisers to be forced to run ads on platforms like Twitter, now known as X, Truth Social, Breitbart, and the Daily Wire, even though those sites are rife with adult content, hate speech, false information, misinformation, and racist and violent propaganda. Further undermining this claim of harm, the so-called victims of this made-up scheme are well supported by ad revenue, subscriber revenue, and sales revenue. Take the Daily Wire, the media outlet run by Republican witness Ben Shapiro. Its website generated $220 million last year. His show is the 13th most popular podcast in the first quarter of 2024. His website has over 15 million followers across his main social media handles, including on sites that are members of the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, known as GARM, the target of today's hearing. And the Daily Wire, quote, received more likes, shares, and comments on Facebook, unquote, which we should note is a member of GARM, than any other news publisher by a wide margin in 2021. And even the video in which Mr. Shapiro claims to be the victim of global advertising organizations was itself supported by advertising revenue and is available on YouTube, a member of GARM. This hardly sounds like the victim of a conspiracy.
Easily, I heard that about a Russian bot farm. Global Alliance for Responsible Media. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee. Global Alliance for Responsible Media.
And several brands that call themselves anti-woke have entered the market to cater to customers who wish to vote with their wallet. Advertisers have the right to target their ads to the platforms, websites, and venues they choose. By forcing advertisers to run ads on websites that they deem to contain harmful information and content, the majority would be undermining those companies' right to free speech under the First Amendment. It's also an essential tenet of a free market that companies are not forced to do business with anyone. And indeed, a competitive online environment is necessary for advertisers to easily choose where and how their ads are rolled out. Historically, this committee has worked hard to protect consumers, ensure a free and fair market, and push back on corporate abuse, greed, and malfeasance. We advanced bipartisan bills to combat market concentration, from online platforms to drug pricing. We did all this because we took our job seriously.
I'm going to look into it. I'm going to pull it up. Hold on.
We understood the unique importance of the federal antitrust laws, not as a weapon to use against our political opponents, but as an essential component of the American social contract. Unfortunately, this majority has picked a different direction. Under the direction of the chair, the committee is abusing its oversight authority. The Republicans are so committed to the belief that conservative content, in quotes, is being censored, despite all evidence to the contrary, that they will do anything to undermine the efforts of platforms to moderate their own content, which the Supreme Court recently affirmed is an exercise of their First Amendment rights, governments to communicate with platforms about security threats, online and offline crime and terrorism, and mis- and disinformation that threatens our nation's health and democracy, and companies to choose where and how to advertise their products. This hearing is the result of a 15-month investigation that has resulted in over 37 productions to the committee of more than 175,000 pages and one transcribed interview. I can only assume that the reason the majority has not asked GARM, the main target of this investigation, to send a witness here today is that the majority knows there is no evidence to support their claim of wrongdoing. Their investigation was not designed to uncover unlawful behavior because they knew there was none. Instead, it was designed to chill companies' exercise of their First Amendment rights. It was designed to make companies afraid to speak to each other about the real connection between the online monetization of criminal and harmful content and the funding of offline harm. Make no mistake, the companies represented here today and the others that are part of GARM want, first and foremost, for customers to see their ads where and when they expect them and to make purchases based on those ads. But secondly and importantly, they do not want their expensive ad campaigns to fund people, one, who pirate content, two, who promote and execute terrorist acts, three, who make and distribute harmful and exploitive images of children, and four, others who use the internet to distribute and fund crime. Republicans are so determined to prove their conspiracy theory that conservative content is being censored that they will do anything, including launching a fruitless and harmful investigation to bully companies that do not hold their views. I hope that we will get back to doing the serious work of the American people very soon and not continue to waste taxpayer dollars on fishing expeditions designed to help hate and criminal activity spread on and offline. I thank the witnesses for appearing today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back without objection. All of their opening statements will be included in the record. We now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Christian Jewell is the global CEO of Group M, one of the world's largest media buying agencies with more than $60 billion in annual media spending. Group M's agencies and subdivisions include Mindshare, Wavemaker, Essence, Mediacom, TNPM, and others. Mr. Harish Patel is the president of Unilever USA and CEO of Unilever's Personal Care North America division. As CEO of Personal Care North America, Mr. Patel oversees brands including Dove, Degree, and Axe, among others. Mr. Benjamin Shapiro is the host of The Ben Shapiro Show, a daily political podcast and radio show. He's also the editor emeritus of The Daily Wire, which he co-founded. In 2015, Mr. Shapiro has written a number of books on current events, routinely speaks at conferences,
Mr. Shapiro is a well-known pussy.
And if you can believe what the ranking member said, has a website that generates $220 million a year, 13th most popular podcast, and 15 million followers.
Because there's
Imagine
just too much hate.
Wasn't targeting the Daily Wire. And finally, we have Mr. Spencer Waller, is the Justice John
the
Paul
body
Stevens
spray
Chair in
CEO.
Competition Law and professor and director of the Institute for Consumer Antitrust Studies at Loyola University, Chicago School of Law. Professor Waller's courses and research focus on antitrust, class actions, innovation, intellectual
Safe
property. Welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please
I'll be
rise
thinking
and
about
raise
you.
your right hand?
Take care, gal.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that
Yes,
the
he
testimony
did.
you're about to give is
He
true
did a
and
great
correct to
version
the
of
best your knowledge,
WAP,
information, and belief,
too.
So help you God. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative.
He didn't
Thank
wear
you.
a
Please be seated.
tie.
Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Jewell, we will begin with you.
Can you give me
Chairman
my
Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler,
Can you
and
give
members
me-
of the committee,
can you give me
thank
my
for the opportunity
ADHD
to
pill?
appear before you today. My name is Christian Jewell. I'm the Global Chief Executive Officer of Group M, the media investment company. In simple terms, we buy ad space across channels, including television, digital, and print, for our clients and place ads within that space. Brands tell us the message they want to share and the audience they want to target. We then advertise on which media environments would be best suited for the product and buy ad space on those channels on the brand's behalf. Collectively, brands invest billions of dollars in advertising annually to shape how they are perceived. One of the marketers' biggest fears is that years of brand value could evaporate overnight as a consequence of bad ad placement. Companies spending millions of advertising dollars do not want to risk their brand on a strategy that could backfire. Brands consistently inform us as their agency that they do not want to advertise next to hot button or divisive content. They want predictable, reliable environments. In 2017, news outlets reported that major brands were unwittingly advertising next to ISIS propaganda. Unsurprisingly, they faced significant consumer pushback. Brands also had to contend with reports of Russian troll farms infiltrating platforms to disrupt presidential elections. And most recently, brands had to develop advertising strategies in the context of a pandemic that divided Americans. This resulted in a growing emphasis on brand suitability, or marketers' desire to protect their brand's value by ensuring their ads are not placed adjacent to content that could negatively affect their reputation. Brand suitability is particular to each brand. What is unsuitable to one may be perfectly suitable to another. But all brands generally agree they do not want to appear next to illegal or harmful content. Many also seek to avoid ad placements near content that, while not illegal, does not align with their values. With the increasing focus on brand suitability, brands wanted to better understand how publishers were identifying, prohibiting, and removing harmful content. What they found was that every platform took a different approach. Definitions of harmful content also varied. Without consistent standards, companies were concerned their ads would end up appearing in unsuitable environments. We believed that consistent standards were needed to help our clients connect with consumers, which is why we and other organizations came together to establish the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, or GARM. GARM developed standard definitions of content that brands might consider unsuitable so that advertisers and publishers could speak a common language about sensitive content. Adoption of GARM's definitions is, and always has been, completely voluntary. For Group M's part, we follow our clients' ad placement wishes according to their risk tolerances and priorities. These priorities can shift quickly. It's our job to execute their strategy with speed and precision. We leverage GARM's definitions to provide our clients with a consistent, reliable framework. Group M is not the arbiter of how to categorize websites, nor do we want to be. Because we have no control over publishers and no role in moderating content, we also rely on independent third parties to identify domains with those definitions and additional categories that our clients deem unsuitable. Among other things, those third parties consider media platforms' fact-checking resources, processes, and technologies when they evaluate the risks of placing content. That third-party assessment informs where we will place ads, including the sites to which we will not place ads without specific client request. Of note, approximately 94% of those websites are prescribed because they infringe on IP rights. This committee expressed an interest in advertising on certain news platforms. We appreciate the importance of funding news organizations through advertising, which is why we have taken steps to make advertising in news, including local news, more appealing to advertisers. Today, however, trust in news sites is at a low point, and brands generally disfavor advertising next to news. For example,
I did
only
not know that.
1.28% of brand spend is allocated to online news at this point. This is because brands prefer to avoid advertising alongside common news content, war, scandal, political division, and also because they do not need to advertise there to reach their target audience. Alternatives such as sports and entertainment provide a better way to reach these same consumers. This is not a left, right, or Group M preference. It is apolitical, it's an industry-wide preference. Group M has no interest in impinging on anyone's right to speak or publish their points of view. We also believe companies have the right to choose where they place their advertisements. We all know how one bad ad placement can damage a company's reputation and bottom line, which is why brands and the companies like Group M that serve them need tools and transparency to mitigate these risks. Thank you. I look forward to answering your questions.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. Mr. Patel, you're recognized. Make sure that mic's on and pull it real close. Maybe not.
He pulled it out of the thing. Oh, shit.
You can get someone to help you there if it's okay. Thank you.
Oh, the dog. Okay, I got to go walk my dog. I'll BRB.
Jordan,
There you go.
Ranking Member Nedler,
Hold
and
on.
members
Sorry.
of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss Unilever's approach to purchasing advertising that promotes over 400 different brands used by more than 3 billion people every day in more than 190 countries around the world. Unilever takes great care to ensure that our advertisements reach the consumers who use our products, promote our products and brands, and serve our business goals of offering consumers the brands they know and the trust their needs every day. In making decisions on advertising, Unilever uses its advertising dollars to reach as many consumers as we can in an environment that maximizes sales for our products. Currently, about 80% of our US advertising spend is directed in some form of digital media. We spend the most on digital commerce platforms like Amazon, Walmart, Target, and Walgreens, because that's where consumers are making their buying decisions. Only 20% of Unilever's advertising spending goes to social media platforms, and less than 1% goes to digital news. We want to reach all our consumers who use our brands on platforms that support and align with our brands. Conversely, being associated with content or a platform that detracts from our brands, harms our brands, or is inconsistent with our brands is decidedly not in our economic interest. With the rise of user-generated social media content and other online media, we have unfortunately seen repeated incidents where our brands have been associated with content that is harmful to our brands. One earlier example, ads from our Dove soap were appearing adjacent to content glorifying domestic violence and rape. In 2020, we suspended social media advertising when it became clear that the polarizing content would not serve the brands or add value to the brand places in the market. I want to be very clear on one crucially important fact. Unilever, and Unilever alone, controls our advertising spending. No platform has the right to our advertising dollars. As we look across the available advertising inventory, recognizing we do not have unlimited money to spend on advertising, we choose the channels, the platforms, and the outlets that give us the greatest commercial benefit for our advertising investment. We have internal policies and guides on our decisions. Our policies require our advertisement to be truthful, accurate, and transparent. In 2018, we adopted a responsible framework specifically for digital advertising, focusing on advertising towards responsible platforms, responsible content, and responsible infrastructure. We have a dedicated team of professionals who are constantly examining the advertising marketplace, working with platforms, selecting the platforms that meet our business needs. We also worked with the industry, including the Global Alliance of Responsible Media. GARM arose after leading advertisers observed that ads for their brand name products were appearing alongside despicable content. GARM's brand safety flaw and suitability framework are tools to help platforms communicate clearly about the content they will monetize and to assist advertisers and agencies in making decisions about advertising inventory and they will purchase. Although we've made good progress in ensuring that our digital advertising spend is advancing our brand's business objectives, there is still more work to be done. As recently as 2 years ago, Unilever received notice that certain ads from brands had been unknowingly placed adjacent to social media profiles involved in selling and soliciting child sexual abuse material. This is wholly unacceptable. We must do everything in our power as both advertisers and platforms that ensures our advertising dollars are serving the intended purpose of reaching consumers and promoting our brands, not funding hate and harm. And I would be happy to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Mr. Shapiro, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, members of the committee, good morning.
Can't hear you.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, members of the committee, good morning. First of all, Ranking Member Nadler, I appreciate the kind words about our business. It's very kind of you. And also, I assume that we'd be doing a lot better without the institutional obstacles that I'm about to discuss. We're in the midst of a trust crisis in the world of media, which is because so many in the legacy media have lied in order to preserve left-leaning narratives. To take just the most recent example, we were told by the legacy media that President Biden was just fine. For years, anyone who questioned his health and mental fitness was trafficking in cheap fakes. And then President Biden went out and engaged in a full-scale mental collapse on stage in front of hundreds of millions of people. So we can see why Americans, at least Americans who are not Democrats, do not trust the media. The question isn't really why the legacy media have lost Americans' trust. We know that answer. The question is why, despite that loss of trust, the legacy media continue to gain share in the advertising market. And the answer is simple. There is, in fact, an informal pressure system created by Democratic legislators, this White House, legacy media, advertisers, and pseudo-objective brand safety organizations. That system guarantees that advertising dollars flow only to left-wing media brands. Let me explain how this works. When a conservative competitor to the legacy media arises, members of that legacy media and their political allies rush to paint such competitors as dangerous. The commentator Kara Swisher of the New York Times, for example, told the head of YouTube that my videos at Daily Wire were a, quote, gateway drug that would lead children, including her own teenage son, to watch neo-Nazi content. Never mind the yarmulke. Elected Democrats pick up that same messaging. In 2017, Senator Dianne Feinstein told lawyers at Facebook, Google, and Twitter, quote, you created these platforms and now they're being misused, and you have to be the ones to do something about it, or we will. Social media companies react to incentive structures, including threats. They've responded by adopting the standards of third-party left-wing informational safety groups like the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, or GARM. GARM purportedly sets brand safety standards, objective standards by which advertisers and platforms can supposedly determine just what sort of content ought to be deemed safe for advertising. In reality, GARM acts as a cartel. Its members account for 90% of ad spending in the United States, almost $1 trillion. In other words, if you're not getting ad dollars from GARM members, it's nearly impossible to run an ad-based business. And if you're not following their preferred political narratives, the ones that Kara Swisher and Dianne Feinstein would follow, you will not be deemed brand safe. Your business will be throttled. Dianne is dead. We at Daily Wire have experienced this firsthand. In 2017, after Senator Feinstein made her threats to bring the weight of government down on social media platforms, Daily Wire YouTube channel saw a 1,000% increase in content enforcements over a 2-year period. Since 2021, after Democrat officials further turned up the heat on social media companies, my personal Facebook page has seen an over 80% drop in impressions. Or take Joe Rogan.
Well, maybe you're just boring, okay? Maybe you're just boring, Ben.
Spotify to take action,
do you ever think of that?
We want every platform to be doing more to call
he is a
out
white nationalist, 100%.
Spotify complied. Spotify, of course, works with GARM. So, what are the brand safety standards that GARM uses? The standards begin with inarguable things that we've heard from the other witnesses, like preventing distribution of child sexual abuse material or stopping terrorism. But GARM doesn't draw the line at what is criminal, abusive, or dangerous. Their standards also include restrictions on hate speech, harassment, misinformation, or my personal favorite, insensitive, irresponsible, and harmful treatment of debated, sensitive social issues. Those criteria are highly subjective in theory.
You mean like creating hate against LGBTQ? Is that what you mean, Ben?
Was fully demonetized on YouTube, a GARM member. Why? For quote-unquote misgendering, which to GARM is to say that men are not women.
That's right.
Perfectly obvious facts now run afoul of GARM's censorship standards. Companies targeted by GARM like the Daily Wire,
we hold people accountable for not being bigots.
Hundreds of millions of people
you idiot.
With opinions and beliefs long established as within the mainstream of American conservative thought. GARM and its members have no respect for the beliefs of those people. They would like them marginalized or squashed. It's time to stand up for the First Amendment in this Congress.
No, they don't.
Congress can do so in 2 ways. First, Congress must investigate the informal and perhaps formal arrangements between censorship cartels like GARM and executive branch agencies. The Daily Wire has already filed a federal lawsuit against the State Department for allegedly doing just this. Second, Congress can itself stop engaging in violation of free speech principles.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, writing in dissent in Murphy versus Missouri, Justice Alito
can be a white nationalist
sophisticated and
at any religion.
Government campaigns against free speech. Members of this committee have engaged in precisely such campaigns. When Congressman Schiff speaks about targeting social media companies that must be, quote, pulled and dragged into this era of corporate responsibility because they are too tolerant of misinformation, he knows what he is doing. He is participating in a sophisticated coercive campaign against free speech. When Congresswoman Jayapal blames social media for placing America at the, quote, precipice of a democratic crisis and calls on them to target they deem hate groups, she also knows what she is doing. She is participating in a sophisticated coercive campaign against free speech. When Congressman Hank Johnson says, quote, we need a constitutional amendment to allow the legislature to control the so-called free speech rights of corporations, he also knows what he is doing. We all know what these government actors, what some people in this room, are doing. You're using the tacit threat of government action to compel private companies to throttle viewpoints you don't particularly like. The First Amendment was not designed to enable workarounds by elected officials. It was directed at Congress, at you, and you're abdicating your fundamental duty.
He never wears his yarmulke. Why is he all of a sudden wearing his yarmulke?
We in the non-legacy media have been feeling the effects. In the name of the Constitution and in the name of democracy, this should stop.
You should stop in the name of democracy, you big piece of prick.
Thank you, Chair Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present my views to you today. I am speaking solely in my personal capacity. I do not represent GARM or any of its member firms. I am concerned that the antitrust issues relating to today's hearings and the letters and document requests sent to the various companies do not conform to a consensus understanding of U.S. antitrust law by most courts and commentators. I only have access to publicly available information, so I cannot opine on whether there is or is not any specific antitrust violation. Instead, I present a roadmap of the many antitrust issues that would need to be addressed in a serious way before any real antitrust concerns exist in this matter. It's important to note that most members of GARM do not compete with each other, and each has unique needs for marketing and branding, including, as the other witnesses have already testified, having effective marketing campaigns and doing their best to avoid any harmful associations that damage their brand or simply drive away purchasers. With respect to the diverse coalition of firms in GARM, for example, Microsoft does not compete with McDonald's, Procter & Gamble or Unilever don't compete with Shell, a pharmaceutical company, or Group M. And also, these firms do not generally compete with content providers such as Mr. Shapiro. Now, the activities of GARM do not appear from publicly available information to be a cartel as that term is understood in antitrust law. And cartels are a serious concern of antitrust laws, but they normally involve an agreement between competitors to fix prices, rig bids.
No, he's probably just a lonely guy.
Markets, or otherwise interfere with quality, production, innovation. And instead, what we're talking about is the development of terms and definitions. They call it a lexicon. It is in some ways sort of like a dictionary. These terms do not affect the price, production, or quality of the goods and services sold by the members of GARM. Advertisers, media buyers, advertising agencies may or may not rely on the GARM terminology and may adopt any other criteria to determine how and where to place advertising. This is done in a public process. Everything is published and available to you. And this is very different from the secretive processes by which traditional cartels meet to create and enforce their unlawful agreements. In addition, there are, on its face, legitimate business justifications that the firms would be asserting, including protecting brand images and successful marketing strategies. These are two types of business justifications that are routinely considered in antitrust cases. And characterizing GARM's conduct as a boycott doesn't really change the antitrust analysis in any important way. Group boycotts are only per se unlawful when they're used to implement some otherwise unlawful cartel agreement, or where firms with market power collectively deny a competitor access to some key source of supply it needs to survive. Separate from the traditional antitrust analysis that I've outlined in my opening statement and in my remarks and in my witness statement,
he's not anti-Trump.
First Amendment
he
and
never
the interests
was.
of free expression also limit the application of antitrust laws in important ways. The Norr-Pennington Doctrine immunizes conduct that seeks to influence government action and public policy through a variety of techniques, including publicity campaigns. In short, an agreement by firms, if there is an agreement, is not an antitrust violation if it's designed to influence governmental action at any level of the government: federal, state, local, legislative, judicial, or executive branch. In addition, the Supreme Court and the lower courts have shown a separate and special caution for applying the antitrust laws to impose liability for political and social boycotts, even if that's what's going on, even if there is a degree of economic self-interest by the groups conducting the boycott. One example is that the Supreme Court has held that the First Amendment protects the civil rights boycott of white merchants in Mississippi by the NAACP, even though some other businesses may well have.
Yeah, well, they just didn't let him in on the plan. That's all, Mossad. Ben was the last to know.
Expressed concerns over the conduct examined today are not consistent with the consensus view of the antitrust law set forth in the leading cases.
Ben is a right-wing fucking mouthpiece, bullshit bigot, just like the rest of them. Doesn't matter. That's all he is. Piece of shit.
The lack of the other issues and evidence from the public available information, there are significant First Amendment implications raised by the actions of GARM And these First Amendment issues suggest that even if the antitrust laws were fully justified and every issue in the antitrust roadmap were satisfied, there would be a plausible argument that the conduct was protected as a matter of speech and free implication. And I'm running out of time, but I also want to suggest that the policy implications of imposing antitrust liability in these circumstances should be quite concerning, regardless of one's political views. A leading treatise published by the ABA antitrust section states, boycotts are a common instrument for bringing about social change or advancing political, religious, or other non-commercial goals. And using the antitrust laws to challenge expressive conduct can interfere with commonplace forms of advocacy that are used by consumers, religious groups, political groups of all policy and persuasions. As a result, I do not see any benefit from further legislative action on these issues.
Thank you, Professor. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Oh, this should be fun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find myself a bit conflicted. I agree with both Mr. Waller and Mr. Shapiro on matters that they've mentioned. I mean, first of all, no matter how much gaslighting we've heard this morning, it's clear to me from the internal communications in the committee's report that GARM's objectives are clearly political. To use its influence among its members to suppress free speech and to financially harm outlets in which the leadership disagrees. I don't see any other reading of those communications.
Could it be that humans disagree? Could it be?
It's a manifestation of the ESG movement that has financially harmed so
yes,
many
RNC convention. Watch it here, live with Lolo.
There's a huge economic price to be paid for this conduct. Go woke, go broke.
Bye,
is more than just a
Scott.
slogan. It's an economic fact.
Bye,
Ask
Scott. Have a
Disney,
great
ask
day.
Budweiser. They pay the companies, I think, in GARM's case, are risking missing huge swaths of the market that they're seeking to reach. They pay a premium for ads in the forms they've deliberately saturated. They miss bargains in the forums that they are, I'll use their word, throttling. And they risk alienating the consumers upon whom they rely for profits. I mean, I was a devoted, lifelong Gillette consumer until they launched their Men Are Pigs campaign in 2017. I haven't bought a Gillette product since. But that's their right.
Well, they're hurting because of it.
Alienate me as a consumer.
I don't know.
And it's my
The potential
right as a
riots.
consumer
I don't
to
think
be
there's going to be riots.
Now, if
I mean,
were a
that's the
stockholder
Republicans.
in GARM's member companies, I would be absolutely
What would they riot?
livid.
I don't think they're going to
I'd
riot.
be raising hell at stockholder meetings or withdrawing my investments or both. If I were a management in any of these companies, I'd be livid also.
That's right. Well, this is probably why you aren't a management in any company.
Here's the fine point of the matter. That's a beef between the company's stockholders and their management. It's a beef between GARM's member companies and GARM. It's a beef between those companies and their consumers. But it is not a beef between GARM or its member companies or their stockholders and consumers and this government. People have a right to their opinions and to express those opinions in any peaceful manner that they choose. Companies are simply a collection of people gathered together to pool their resources toward a common goal.
Corporations are
whether it's to
people.
make
People are
money or
food.
advance a
Soylent Green is
political
people.
cause or both. It's a little amusing to see that the Democrats suddenly championing this freedom.
Men are
because
beef.
In GARM's case, it benefits
Men aren't
them,
pigs. They're beef.
but rail against the very same freedom when it comes to such matters as Citizens United. For the left, their ethics are strictly situational. And as I've often
Oh,
warned on this
really?
committee,
It's
we
more
can
like
never
human
allow them to
rights.
become our
I don't
teachers.
know.
Democracy
know.
extends beyond the political realm to the free market as well. In a free market, consumers vote every day with
Pigs
every
are
dollar
men.
they spend on what the market will produce.
Pigs
who
are
best
smarter than
produces
men.
it, what they're
How's
willing
that
to
work?
pay, and who they'll buy it from. A free government exists to protect this right, and that's why I think we should be careful when we tread into this matter in the application of government power in disputes that are strictly between private parties. But I do think Mr. Shapiro is absolutely correct that if this government
Ms. Shapiro?
is in any way
Mr.
acting to
Shapiro?
pressure or
Shapiro?
nudge companies to censor speech or to corrupt their business decisions for political ends, we ought to vigorously act to stop that.
Oh, okay, because they're lying. You can't do disinformation and fucking bigotry. Stop it.
Right. Mr. Shapiro, I'll give you the last word.
I mean, I agree with much of what you're saying. I think that the big concern for the Daily Wire and companies like ours is the nexus between government action and groups like GARM. And it appears clear to us that a well-meaning organization that simply wanted to appeal to the broadest possible audience would not be making political decisions about which outlets are too right, which outlets are too left. I'm perfectly fine with advertisers.
I think they're doing it
advertising
based
Pod Save
on
America
factual
MSNBC.
or the
The problem
lack
that we have
thereof.
is an informal structure
And
by which
bigotry.
members of government, including this White House, have
So
pressured
guess what?
social media
They
companies.
didn't
or
pressure
restricted their
social media
content.
companies.
And everyone can see that. There's
Stop
a lot
it.
of
No one can see
rid me
it,
of
Ben.
this-
The
of this
minute you
meddlesome
say
priest
everyone
going
can
on,
see it,
from
I know
members of
no
the
one
government
can
who
see
then
it.
seem to be shocked when
'Cause
there's
you're
pushback
making it
from
up.
the right on exactly the same sort of matter.
Stupid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Ben's a stupid head. He just is. The
Thank you, Mr.
whiny,
Chairman. Mr. Patel,
bigoted, stupid
has
head.
the Global Alliance for Responsible Media ever required that your company, Unilever, avoid advertising on any platform or website?
No, sir.
Mr. Jewell, same question. Has the Global Alliance for Responsible Media ever required Group M to avoid advertising on any platform or website?
No, sir.
Mr. Jewell, has your company's participation in the Global Alliance for Responsible Media ever restricted your company's advertising decisions in any way?
No, it's completely optional.
Excuse me?
GARM is completely optional.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Same question to you.
Yeah, it's completely voluntary.
Professor Waller, one of the goals of the Global Alliance for Responsible Media is to avoid having companies' advertising dollars funding online and offline harm, like the creation and dissemination of commercially exploitative and explicit images of children, or the funding of terrorism groups, or the promotion and dissemination of explicit images and depictions of crime outside of news stories and reporting. Is there any U.S. law that requires companies to advertise on every website and every platform?
No,
Yeah,
there's not.
Carla, it's true.
A company can individually choose
Good point.
to do business or not do business with an advertiser, advertising agency, or a platform.
Is there any law that requires companies to support, through advertising dollars, speech, content, or statements that they don't believe in?
There's no antitrust law that deals with that.
What would be the consequences if there were?
I can say that the Supreme Court has, expressed concern and not imposed liability. They typically don't force companies to do business with each other if they don't wish to. They're frankly more concerned about cartel agreements and the other thing rather than forcing companies to continue to do business if they don't wish. They wish to encourage unilateral decisions about how to proceed in the real world as each company thinks best.
And that's what the Supreme Court has said.
Yes.
And what do you think about the, getting the Supreme Court for the moment, what do you think about the effects of such a law?
We want companies, the antitrust laws really do a couple of things. They prevent agreements that unreasonably harm competition. They prevent single firms from abusing their power, and they prevent mergers and acquisitions that can lead to either of those other problems I've already outlined. That's what the antitrust laws do. They don't generally micromanage the decisions of corporations as they decide what's best for them in the market.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must note once again that this sham investigation has revealed that these companies have broken no competition law. The investigation never should have started, but it certainly should have ended after the committee spoke to a representative of GARM and learned exactly what we all should know by now, that there is no basis for a claim of antitrust harm. But that does not mean that this investigation is harmless. The committee's power has been used to bully, intimidate, and impoverish any organization or company that dares to disagree with so-called conservative speech, in quotes. Speech that in many cases causes and spreads harm both online and offline. And I believe that that is exactly the purpose of this investigation, to misuse the power of this committee to bully, intimidate, and impoverish any organization or company that dares to disagree with so-called conservative speech. In other words, to intimidate the exercise of free speech, to impoverish organizations, to improperly use the power of this committee to force organizations to spend themselves into poverty and thereby to inhibit and deter exercise of free speech. This is a gross misuse of the power of this committee. We have an opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to have a constructive conversation about antitrust law and how we can help the American people. But unfortunately, this hearing is not it. This hearing is an exercise in intimidation of free speech, and it's shameful. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the witnesses.
Jim seems to be thinking about something else.
Mr. Jewell and Mr. Patel, your companies and your clients, you as an individual company, are both sit on the steering committee for GARM. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And with the steering committee, there's been a number of standards that have been developed by GARM. And Mr. Patel, you mentioned your company, Unilever, has developed its own set of standards. Have you adopted the standards of GARM as part of your standards as well, in advertisement placement?
Well, firstly, Unilever created its own standards in 2018, and then there was an industry need to create some standardization, which is what GARM was born for in 2019.
My question was, though, did your company adopt those GARM standards from 2019?
We adopt the GARM standards.
Okay. And Mr. Jewell, how many of your clients have adopted the GARM standards?
GARM exists to create the framework and the definitions that we've used.
So this is, we get that. I've read your statement. How many of your companies? Yeah, how many companies do you represent?
We represent thousands.
And how many of those companies have accepted and adopted the GARM standards?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but I would tell you most of our major advertisers use GARM as a foundation, and then we build upon that for whatever their custom preferences are for whatever their particular suitability might be.
Okay.
They might have circumstances or places. Hi, peace, love. Sorry, didn't mean to say miss you.
Discussions with GARM and its leadership, of which you're a part, regarding placement of advertisements.
I do not meet with
standards.
them. I do not meet with GARM on a regular basis. I've actually never met with them.
Your company?
The company would, yes.
Okay, Mr. Patel.
The company would meet, but we 100% decide where our marketing investment goes. That's Unilever's decision.
So Mr. Rakowitz, who works for GARM,
boy, they really want to make something happen with this, don't they? Andy's going balls deep trying to make this happen.
The company dealt with Mr. Rakowitz in communicating about advertisement placement and subject matter.
I haven't met Mr. Reckerswood, but we have a member that sits on the SteerCom.
Yes. Okay. So let's get to that for a second. In 2020, Rob Master, Vice President of Media and Digital Engagement at Unilever, sent an email to Facebook about a presidential ad, and he was concerned about it violating the Facebook policies. Are you familiar with that situation, Mr. Patel?
I wasn't part of the communication, but I have seen the communication that you're referring to, and I think what I interpret from it, he was checking what was Facebook's policy on it.
I find it interesting that the way you couched that, you were checking what Facebook's policy was. Weren't you really, your staff, really checking to see if it was consistent with your own policy, I would assume, right?
No, sir. We don't decide on what media content goes up or goes down. That's up for the media platforms to decide.
But when you're looking for ad safety placement, you're not concerned then whether that was consistent with Facebook's policy? You're just basically inquiring with Facebook's policy, not concerned with your own policy of placement?
What we do is we decide all our marketing investment. We'll decide on target audiences where we want our brands to appear.
So why were you inquiring whether that was a violation of Facebook's policy?
So I'm not clear on why Rob Masters sent that communication, but as I said, we decide where we want to put our ads with whichever social media.
Of course, I appreciate that you decide where you place your ads. The question, though, is why are you then going to Facebook and saying, does this ad meet your criterion? Because that indicates you're trying to influence Facebook, because in reality, your position is we're going to place it wherever we think is best. But there's an ad over here, a specific ad that you're asking, does that meet your policy? That seems to intimidate that seems to imply that you want to question their policy, what their platform is doing before you bother to place your ad. But you didn't do it that way. You just wanted to know whether it meant their policy. You didn't say, we're not going to do it because we don't like it. That indicates you're interfering in YouTube's policy decision.
Excuse me? How the fuck did he get there?
Lady from Washington is recognized.
How the fuck did he get there?
My colleague on the other side, but I did
Two
not
hearings. I
understand
do
that
have two
argument.
hearings on the screen.
Antitrust
Peace, love.
enforcement is experiencing a real renaissance
Sorry.
under the Biden administration. Our antitrust enforcers have won victories in court against employers that sought to suppress worker pay, successfully fought to lower the price of inhalers.
I think I'll just stick
and are
with
working
coffee.
to lower food prices by targeting anti-competitive practices in the grocery industry. The list of antitrust accomplishments under this administration is unprecedented.
Yeah, it's not really a hearing. We don't hear it.
It is unfortunate that this majority has not moved forward with the bipartisan package of antitrust bills that we passed under Democrats in the 117th Congress that would have protected small businesses and consumers across the country as they were demanding to be able to have more competition, to be able to lower their prices, and to protect their ability of small businesses to compete. If we are concerned about the
It's just a way to
media,
mess up your day.
and we want to foster more responsible media, then I would suggest we take up my bipartisan Journalism Competition and Preservation Act. Let's debate that. Let's make sure independent publishers across the country, newspapers and small communities across the country can survive.
What a great idea.
But that's not what's happening. We've begun to see some
Thank you,
colleagues
Representative
on the other
Jayapal.
side co-opt the language of antitrust enforcement to target behaviors that have nothing to do with antitrust. I know that the details of antitrust law are confusing, so I want to clarify a few specific legal points in plain English. Professor Waller, as an expert on antitrust law and in plain English, can you explain what kinds of anti-competitive behavior our antitrust laws are designed to prevent?
Sure. And as a teacher, I try to explain complex things in plain language, so I appreciate your approach. I can give examples just in the real world. Over the years, the Justice Department has brought criminal antitrust cases against global cartels that have raised the price of vitamins, food additives, and in smaller cases, road building and other expenses that taxpayers bear. This has been a traditional priority of antitrust enforcement. As you know, both the FTC and the Department of Justice have major Section 2 cases going on, both in the tech sector and otherwise, going after powerful firms that they're alleging have violated the antitrust laws, abusing
Got my flour,
by a single
the
firm,
beat.
whether it's
Oh, the heat's been
Amazon,
crazy.
Live Nation, Google,
so
et cetera,
sorry.
in various
That's
stages.
miserable.
And there are pending mergers cases, such as the supermarket
I
merger
have
that's being
some
now
flour.
litigated, by the FTC in 30-some states, where the consequences are likely, if the government's right, higher food prices as well as harm.
I can't hold it
that
still.
merger goes through as currently.
It's too far.
Those are some of the priorities.
Perfect. And actually, that Kroger's-Albertson merger, there was an article on the front page of the Seattle Times today. Over 150 stores will close in my area, just in Seattle, as a result of that merger. Now, you touched on this in your prepared statement.
Why don't we stop
and
that?
I know you only have access to public information about the facts in this case, but given those constraints, do you see any of these antitrust elements in the information that was uncovered by my Republican colleagues?
Based on what I've seen, I do not at this stage, and based on publicly available information, GARM appears to be very different from either a trade association or even a traditional standard-setting body. I
don't know of these monster drinks.
Binding industry standards that determine whether products and services can be sold. They are creating sets of terms that firms can use or not use to make decisions that they each do in the marketplace.
So another fruitless investigation in this Congress. I would also add that Project 2025, the radical right-wing plan for a second Trump administration, calls for more of these ideologically driven attacks on private actors in its section on the FTC, cloaking these culture war attacks in the popular rhetoric of antitrust and market power. On a different note, Mr. Patel, and quickly, how do you think consumers might view your products if they were advertised alongside hateful, vile, or dangerous content like anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, child sexual abuse material, or content promoting terrorism?
I didn't even know there were coffee energy drinks.
Severe damage to the brand equity that we built for decades and decades.
Thank you. In fact, one of our witnesses has repeatedly made hateful and derogatory comments about LGBTQ+ people in the past. Mr. Shapiro has argued that transgender and gay Americans suffer from a, quote, psychological disorder or mental illness.
Thank you.
Has
He
denigrated
has said that.
same-sex couples raising children. I and my fellow
No, I
Americans
didn't.
consider this deeply offensive, hateful, and in fact, an analysis in 2023 found that a network of Facebook pages connected with Mr. Shapiro's website had, quote, earned over 17 million interactions from nearly 13,000 posts with transgender-related keywords. I yield back.
Mr. Patel, are you part of an organization that uses market power for censorship?
No, sir.
And how much advertising capital do you deploy?
Who gave him the microphone?
How much marketing investment do we spend?
Yeah.
850 million a year.
And you spend, you said less than 1% of that in the news area, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because really your brands don't want to be involved in these caustic news disputes or political disputes. They want to be apolitical in the presentation of their brand. Am I understanding that testimony correctly?
So we serve 90% of American households with our portfolio.
It's a fascinating answer, just not to my question. Is the reason you de-emphasize news because you want to be apolitical?
We target our investment to address the consumers that buy our brands.
Okay, are you doing so for political reasons or apolitical reasons?
We don't do it for any political reason.
Okay, so then why are the vice presidents of your company trying to shape the way Facebook limits view of a Trump advertisement?
How do they do that?
So
I
I'm
see
not
Trump
sure
ads all the
what the
time.
intention of
Jesus
that
Christ,
communication
people.
was,
Come on now.
but that's
I do.
not-
It was to
Come
get the
on.
Trump ad taken down. It's pretty clear. You had two vice presidents, Rob Master and Luis DeComo, who were pressuring Facebook to utilize Facebook's policies to take down a Trump ad. So it's just hard to believe that your goal is to avoid politics when not some intern at your company, but the vice presidents at Unilever are writing Facebook saying, we want you to take this Trump ad down and apply these policies to do it.
So I'm not sure what the intention of communication was, but
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll read you the communication. It's 2 words. It's your vice president to GARM when they were trying to get the Facebook ad taken out. It said, honestly reprehensible. So you're using this $800 million plus power that you have over the marketplace. Facebook is craving your advertising dollars, and you have 2 vice presidents hammering Facebook to take down a Trump ad about whether or not Joe Biden should have his ear inspected for an earpiece. That was what the ad was about, that you all found so reprehensible.
So respectfully, I'm not sure that word was done by a Unilever person.
You're okay. So Mr. DeComo didn't work for Unilever?
He sits on the. If I did my homework right, I think that came from the GARM, Rob.
Oh, Rob Rankowitz. Yes. And you are member entities to GARM. You pay GARM. You guys are GARM. I mean, as Mr. Jewell said, you guys you have to have tools in order to help you.
They are, yeah. It's a good story.
GARM, and then here your vice presidents are commiserating with GARM over the fact that Facebook won't remove this. I guess, Mr. Shapiro, when we look at these big advertising platforms, and they're hearing the people with the advertising dollars hammer them with this ideological
Rapey McForehead.
What does that do to the marketplace for ideas?
He's the anointed one.
Obviously, it shuts down the marketplace of ideas, which is largely the intent. And one of the things that I've heard from some of the Democratic members of the committee today is an extraordinary amount of projection. Projection wherein they suggest that Republican members of the committee are trying to shut down free speech by trying to get answers to questions about the kind of political pressures that are being put on social media companies, for example. But it's been Democrats who, for years, have been spending their time trying to pressure social media companies into doing their bidding by limiting the types of information that are available to the public and how that information is actually distributed.
Be specific.
One of the things that's worth noting here is that it's not just a matter of advertising dollars flowing. The way that it works on social media is that if you are demonetized, then the reach of your actual content is also limited by the same social media companies.
Do you think the frequency of those demonetization rises when you have
Come
vice
on,
presidents
do it.
of companies
Yep.
at Unilever trying
That's
to
right.
hammer entities
Give
like
him the
Facebook
answer,
into taking
because
down Trump
Ben's a
ads?
little
Absolutely.
slow this morning.
Absolutely.
He's not
There's no
really
question
on
that when you have
his
internal
game.
pressures put on social media companies to take down right-wing material,
Thanks
that
for
has an
giving me the
impact on
answer,
the reach
Maddie.
of right-wing messaging. There's just
See
no
you
question.
later.
And I guess I don't mind when Democrats say they don't like conservative speech, or we get to say we don't like some of their speech. That's how this works. But it's when the business community
No, it's when you lie
utilizes market
or
power
disinformation
to shape the
or
way
bigotry.
social media
Hi, it's real
companies
simple.
or websites
You're a fucking
disseminate
bigot.
information
Well,
that the public doesn't
you
even
are
get
a
to
sex
see
trafficker
that
of
debate and
minors.
engage in
So
it. And I
there's
think
that whole
the fact that
thing.
it's
But we're going to
clandestine is
set
actually
that
even more
actually to the
corrosive
side
the
for a
values
minute.
that undergird.
That's
And then
absolutely
we're
true. The
just
complete
gonna
lack of
we're just gonna
transparency with
say
which
that,
government
you know
treats both
what,
the member companies
Maddie,
as well as the consumer
I'm
public.
turning them
That's one of the
down.
major problems. If they simply wish to
He sounds like he's had a 4-pack of Monster. Yeah,
they should simply say that's what they're doing. Hiding behind
he should have worn a tie.
in order to project
I'm sorry.
objectivity is a major problem in transparency for the market.
Mr. Cohen's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, thank you, Mr. Chair. This issue was already raised, as I understand it, and addressed in a
Jim was
transcribed
pooping.
interview with the representative of GARM. As that witness stated, and as I'm sure the representatives from Group M and Unilever would likewise note, they are not responsible for creating or implementing Facebook's ad policies. That's something Facebook does. They are, as advertisers, though, rightly concerned about the uniform enforcement of those policies. As the witness stated, quote, "You can't imagine a global marketer if they are trying to run a campaign across platforms or across markets, and if they start hitting those inconsistencies where there are actions taken against advertising messages and campaigns that are not clear, they are not transparent. It creates disruption because it's like all of a sudden I now actually have an outage in my campaign and I'm not going to be able to reach as many consumers. I'm not going to get business results.
Cam.
The company is not going to perform.
I don't
Stock
know.
market prices, it's all there. Basically, supply and demand is all very American.
I don't know.
It's what we're all about, capitalism. Is that, Mr. Patel, is that pretty much correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would appreciate your. The app was not taken down. The ad was not taken down, was it?
Not to my understanding.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. This is. I was in transportation working on some issues there, and came
So
here
this
to
is a big
what I think
hearing
is a
about
rather bizarre
nothing,
hearing.
is what this
Not the
is.
first we've had in this committee. It's our second hearing, ostensibly charging specific groups with illegal conduct without a single expert witness to lay out that conduct and how that conduct violates the law. This is the Judiciary Committee. We're supposed to be looking about law.
Why does he have a
violation law,
PetSmart
legal
cup?
experts. Nada.
Does anyone else see
We did have
that?
2 oversight hearings.
Why does Mr. Cohen
The
have a
Antitrust Enforcement Agencies,
PetSmart
the
coffee cup?
Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice.
Who gets coffee at
We had 2
PetSmart?
top enforcement officials here.
What's happening here?
Not once did any member bring up Global Alliance for Responsible Media, Group M, Unilever. or
Why
any
is
of this.
PetSmart
So when Republicans had the opportunity to ask
selling
antitrust
coffee now?
experts, they didn't.
What's going on?
Today we have 2 witnesses, a large advertiser and a large advertising buyer, who are testifying why the Republicans just have it factually wrong. And we have a talk show host who is bitter that corporations do not want to buy his program. It's a good thing we have an esteemed antitrust expert.
Breakfast
with us today,
kibble.
Professor Waller.
It's
He
extra
diligently
protein.
and politely explained why this legal theory that there is some antitrust violation designed to censor conservatives is bunk. So that is the evidence
What's
we have before us.
happening?
Thank you, Mr. Waller. The legal theory is bunk. Clean that up a bit. The Republicans have it backwards. Their cry against censorship is nothing more
No,
than an
he
attempt to bully, or as they would like it, compel by law, companies to associate themselves with individuals and content creators that companies believe are harmful and pay them. Seriously, you think Unilever should be forced to advertise, and in doing so, financially support posts about rape or domestic
Is that
violence.
what they really want? They really want to force
You let the
advertisers
private
to
enterprise
support
capitalist
conservative
system determine where
programming?
they
Are you
want to
kidding me right now?
And that is the record that's coming out in this
Okay,
hearing, is that they want to force
if
you
you
to do certain things.
think
This is a
that
real concern.
this is a real issue,
images that show
then
how a company has
basically
legitimate
you
business
don't
interests, and I
understand
would argue
that
social
the
obligation
side
not to
you're
support
on, the side
harmful conduct
is
and be
wrong.
associated
That's
with it.
why it's prohibited,
Also
is
gets free
because
speech
it is
wrong, as Professor
fundamentally,
Lolo explained.
objectively
This isn't about
wrong
government
and
censoring
incorrect.
anyone. It's, in fact,
Period.
it's about trying to use
And
the
I can go
antitrust laws
point by
enforcement
point
to
if you need
compel
me to,
speech.
but
The
you should
Republicans
know
must
better.
read the Constitution in a funhouse mirror. It's very much out of focus and weird shapes, and they pick out what they want, and then they come out of the funhouse and maybe they wake up.
I'm enjoying watching his
With that, I have a couple of
voice
questions.
bit of her mouth.
And I haven't read Project 2025, so that could all be in Project 2025.
Oh, I see. You're thinking about the woman speaking and hearing his voice. That's, yeah,
Mr. Patel,
okay, I get it.
Mr. Shapiro, or is it Shapiro?
It's Shapiro.
Shapiro, thank you. I had an uncle, he was Shapiro, and then his son became Shapiro. Mr. Shapiro says the Democrats are using the tacit threat of government action to compel private companies to throttle viewpoints that we don't like. Do you know what chutzpah is?
Sorry, sir?
You know what chutzpah is?
No, sir.
Well, that's chutzpah. We're literally in a hearing where the Republicans are using the power of this committee, not tacitly threaten, but actually accuse.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
No.
Companies of illegal activity and investigate them because they don't like their viewpoint. A very sensible viewpoint, I would argue, that they don't want to be associated with hate speech or domestic violence or rape or harassment. You wouldn't want to be associated with anything to deal with somebody who went into Bergdorf Goodman and got a woman and took her into a locked dressing room and molested her. No, you wouldn't want to do that. And you wouldn't want to be, I could go on and on and on about that deal. So I'll yield right now and the balance of my time, and thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Democrats must have been given their talking points on Project 2025 yesterday at the internal meeting of the conference to determine who the next presidential candidate will be for the Democrat Party. This is the second committee I've sat through this morning, including financial services, and Project 2025 has come up at least a dozen times. I just find that interesting. Mr. Patel, Unilever is a
Do you find it interesting that people would pay attention to what is driving the Republican platform? Is that what you think,
correct?
sir?
Yes, sir. In your 2023 annual report, you identify consumer preferences as a principal risk to your business. In examining this risk, you stated our success depends on value and relevance of our brands and products to consumers around the world. Would you agree that it's got to be a critical element in managing that risk because you have to continue to grow consumer preference of your brands, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you do that through brand and marketing investments, or advertisements, I guess, is another way of
Hi, Teresa.
describing that.
Yeah, 2025 butthurt.
brands.
They're just butthurt. People actually
Between
read it
2021
and now
2023,
understand
Unilever
it.
spent more than $23 billion on brand and marketing investments. That's a fairly big chunk of your operating
And
costs.
thank you,
I'm sure. Would it
Taraji
be
B.
fair to say
Henson,
that
the
Unilever
actress, for
believes
bringing
brand marketing
attention
delivers a
to
positive
it.
return
I really
on investment?
appreciate her effort to do that. If you didn't
So
see
that's
that
why we
clip, you
invest
should
to
see
build
it.
our brands and the
Taraji
equity,
P.
and that's why
Henson,
we're
she's
in
an
90% of
actress,
US households.
and she mentioned
But
it
if
during an
consumer
awards show.
preference is still at risk, you could always do better, correct? I mean, that's obviously the goal.
The business could always grow better.
Right. So let me ask you this. If consumer preference is vital to the success of your company, you acknowledge that a principal risk and commit billions of dollars each year to mitigating that risk, then why would you boycott companies that reach millions of consumers?
If they promote hate, they're not going to work with them. That's it. Companies make decisions about that all the time.
You're still pursuing boycotts.
All the time. The BET Awards,
So
that's
we
right.
don't boycott. We have a clear internal process. Our brands have jobs to be done. We have target audiences that we look for our brands. Actually, 80% of our marketing spend goes between 18 and 49-year-old women because they make 80% of the purchasing decisions for our business. And that's how we set our choices on investment. What's right for our brands to give us the best business return on investment.
What about Twitter? Has there been any boycotting of Twitter? It would be in the best interest of growing your consumer preference and delivering returns to shareholders.
Well,
to
you're
have,
not a marketing expert, are you,
utilize
Mr.
Twitter
Fitzgerald?
to make sure
Are you
that
a
your
fucking
brands
brand
are
expert?
continuing to
I don't
grow,
think you
right?
are. I don't think you went to school
So
for
on
it.
Twitter,
I don't think
or
you
X,
worked
as
on
it's known
Madison
now,
Avenue. I
there
don't
was
think
a
anything
period
of
in
that.
2019, 2020, due
think
to
you don't
brand
know.
safety, that we pulled our investment, but we have now returned to Twitter across the world.
That's kind of the problem with
Mr.
you
Shapiro,
guys, is that you don't represent everyone. You
explain the
represent the
importance, I don't wanna
interests of
oversimplify this. Can you
primarily
explain the
white
importance of
men.
advertising dollars
That's why
to
this is a
growing Daily
problem. That's
Wire,
why you're out of touch
into the company that
with
it
what
is
the
today?
advertising
Sure. So the
companies
truth
are doing.
is that advertising dollars
Because you
represent a
don't
far smaller share of
represent
the revenue
the
of the Daily Wire than
views
they did
of
at the
the
very beginning. When
majority.
you're first starting a company,
Period.
the possibility of starting it off the basis of subscribers alone is very difficult because you actually don't have tremendous market reach. The gradual increase in revenue is largely due to advertiser revenue. So at the beginning of the Daily Wire, nearly 100% of all revenue that we had when we were building the business was based on advertising revenue. Today, it's significantly smaller than that because we have a very large subscriber base. So the principal threat that I'm here to talk about is not about the bitterness of my company, which continues to be, thank God, highly successful. The reason that I'm here is to talk about startup companies that are attempting to get into the market and are being barred from an extraordinarily large pool of advertising revenue along political lines.
Do you believe there is collective boycotts that are happening?
There's no question there are collective boycotts happening. And I will say that I do appreciate the chutzpah of some of the Democratic members of Congress, and I'm charmed by their newfound love for free markets and corporate free speech. That one seems to be a bit of a new one to me. But it is charming only in that it requires you to ignore many of the statements that they have made historically about the amount of pressure they would love to bring on private companies when it comes to free speech. And here I will quote the ranking member, quote, "These platforms are utilized as conduits to spread vitriolic hate messages into every home and country. Efforts by media companies to counter this surge have fallen short. Social network platforms continue to be used as ready avenues to spread dangerous white nationalist speech." Or, that was from 2019, from 2020, it goes way beyond the fact that big tech misbehaves. It's the fact this kind of power exists. That kind of power cannot be allowed to exist in society. When you use that sort of language with regard to the same companies we're now hearing require free speech, I find that somewhat difficult to swallow.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Do you?
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a sham hearing railing against a made-up boogeyman. I'm not normally up here defending big business, and as Mr. Shapiro noted, I have said repeatedly that
you don't know why Biden's a different white man? You don't know that? You don't know why that's not true, why they're not the same?
Pours into our
What's the matter?
And
You're not paying
pours
attention?
into our Supreme Court. But let's talk about what's really happening here. Corporate brands care about their reputation because they sell more products if they have a good public image. And these companies think it's bad for business to run their advertising content next to child porn or ISIS videos or hate speech. Or an advertisement from the Heritage Foundation about Project 2025, which is so alarming to most Americans. Americans are alarmed, and that's why their representatives are talking about Project 2025, a 900-page manifesto, which is the blueprint for the Trump administration, should he be so
any Republican administration. Come on now. We can't be this stupid. Like any Republican administration is going to adopt the principles within Project 2025. Period.
Content.
Sorry they don't want to hear it, but they wrote it.
Propaganda.
Okay? You wrote it, you bought it.
Campaigns. So these brands are working together to demand.
Sorry, we're going to attach it to you because you fucking wrote it.
Regarding where their ads are placed and what kinds of content the ads are monetizing.
And not only did they write it, they literally talk about doing it all the time.
Yes, sir.
They talk about doing it all the time, okay? They talk about cutting the Department of Education, cutting the FBI, cutting the CIA, cutting whatever else, privatizing parts of the military.
14 rounds of
They
voting
talk about what they're going to do, which is in Project 2025, so they can try and run away from Project 2025 as much as they want. But it is literally their elites who created that, and that is the only marching orders they have.
2 years.
That's it.
And they don't have anything to show for it but a few rabbit hole investigations of the Biden corrupt crime family, allegedly.
I don't know how anyone can be a Republican. I don't know how anyone can support this nonsense. You absolutely aren't thinking
Investigating the president with
if you're supporting this.
and we saw where that went.
No, it hasn't. Yes, indeed, there are contractors and other things, but that's also part of the problem. Do you know who runs part of those contractors? Fucking Eric Prince. You know, Peter Thiel has Palantir software within the government. All right? Wake up. Stop arguing as if this is some kind of two-sided argument, because it's not. This is dumb. And I'm not wasting time with dumb.
On protecting and strengthening our democracy, which is about to be undermined.
So I don't give a shit. The military also represents this country. I don't want my military privatized. I don't want my education privatized. I don't want my health care privatized. I don't want my Social Security privatized.
You are an expert in antitrust law, are you not?
Oh my God. You know, people really need to fucking remove their heads from their asses and start paying the fuck attention.
Evidence and publicly available information that suggests that GARM plays a role like a traditional cartel. It does not consist primarily of firms that compete with each other, and they are not agreeing on the price, amount,
right,
or other kinds of market division that a cartel normally does and is normally.
It's called bombastic language.
So this hearing is pretty much false advertisement, wouldn't you say?
Well, I would just caution all members of the committee just not to fall in the trap that sometimes my students do, which when they see something that they don't like, they think it's either an antitrust violation or a violation of the Constitution. It's just not necessarily true.
Well,
that right there.
I really hope that Project 2025 does not come into play, because if it does, we'll be having a whole lot more hearings like this, sham hearings on issues that actually suppress the rights of the people and even business owners to conduct business in a business-like fashion. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Jewell, what's uncommon collaboration?
Uncommon collaboration?
Jim seems really nervous, doesn't he? Yeah, Heritage Foundation. Kevin Roberts is fucking horrifying. Have you started figuring out Medicare yet? You have to sign up within months of turning 65 or be penalized. Yeah, I figured it out.
You're on the board.
I did. I figured it out.
Your company. My company's on the steering team.
I'm only 60. I'm not 65.
Are you a founding member? You've been a founding member of GARM, right? So I'm asking this is your charter, your working charter. What's uncommon collaboration?
I believe what they're referring to is a cross-industry collaboration between agencies, brands, technology companies, ad tech companies.
Yeah, kind of like unprecedented, amazing.
Fuzzy, but here's what Mr. Rakowitz, the guy you guys hired to run GARM,
oh my God.
says uncommon collaboration is competitors working together. Competitors working together to rise above individual commercial interest. Uncommon collaboration needs to be understood as the industry coming together, putting aside competitive concerns. Mr. Waller just said we don't have a cartel here, but that sounds a lot like a cartel to me.
No, it's not. Oh my God.
Do you agree?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That would limit consumer choice. That sounds like unlawful restraint of trade, and all that stuff is illegal according to the Sherman Act.
What? Hi, butterflies.
What do you think, Mr. Jewell?
What? I think you're an idiot.
What's the question? Sorry.
I think you're an idiot.
Question. You're trying to tell me. I asked what uncommon collaboration is.
Oh my God, he's such an idiot, Teresa.
Uncommon collaboration is rising above individual commercial
I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. This is the dumbest.
Sir,
They've
Garm is
lost
used
all
for a
the,
framework and
they've
definitions
lost the
to try and make order
total
out of something,
argument.
quite
They've
honestly, had
lost
no
the
order to it.
point. They've lost
what
the
Garm did. Here's
plot.
what it looks like, I think, in
It's
practice.
done. These guys are done. They're done, done, done. Put a fork in them. Done.
Oh, thank you.
Daily Wire, and Fox News.
I drink a lot of water. I do, actually. Now I drink all water. I don't drink soda anymore. I'm so happy about it. Well, thank you.
Misguided opinion. I
I'm
don't know the Daily Wire
trying.
that
It's
well, but we
makeup
should watch
and
them carefully, too. If we
not
block the Daily
4K.
Wire, why wouldn't we block Fox News? That seems to me like uncommon collaboration in practice.
It's low resolution.
On three conservative news outlets.
Low res is my friend. Don't look too close.
I see this is somebody from our brand safety team, and he's asking questions about what sort of standards of service they have and trying to figure out what is happening with that particular publisher.
Well, let's put up the next one. Let's show some more uncommon collaboration in practice. Put up the next one.
What is wrong with Jim? Okay, what the fuck is wrong with Jim?
Because the platform was rather unsafe.
Yeah, let's talk about some uncommon collaboration. How about that? I'll turn him up a little bit. Sorry. Turn myself down a little bit.
But it's an important platform for us to reach our audience, so we would like to consider going back. Looks like this was a coordinated, uncommon collaboration to boycott
well, they
Twitter.
are collaborators.
This company wants to go back because they make a lot of money
they're
when
gonna
they're advertising
collaborate.
on Twitter. Is that what this uncommon collaboration is that Garm engages in, Mr. Jewell?
This is like major grasping, like
we're not party to this email, so I
embarrassingly
can't really speak to this.
grasping.
We actually have been big supporters of Twitter and X. Recently, 2 weeks ago, we met with Mr. Musk, introduced her to our advertisers. To be clear, we want more choice in this industry, more places to create trusted brand advertising.
Mr. Shapiro, it's been cited several times. I think Mr. Nadler said this in opening statement.
He's really
said that
like something's
come together,
not
they
right.
collaborate, they collude, they come together because they don't want to be advertising on
exactly.
sites where there's
They're
terrorism,
trying to
piracy, harmful images of children, or other
so,
other crimes associated with those websites. Any of that activity take place on the Daily Wire website?
No, it most certainly is not.
Yeah. So that's just
no,
we're all against
just
that
the lies and the disinformation,
what we're not for
Your
is
Honor.
this
That's all.
this
no worries.
collaboration to go
I just do bigotry, lies, and disinformation.
Like
that's all I do.
You don't like
Sorry.
Politics.
That's all I'm in.
That's what we're focused on.
I'm not in the CSAM
exactly
business.
What's going on out there. And
Ben
frankly, as you
says,
said in your opening statement,
I'm only in the
anybody can see it.
disinformation and
the emails
bigotry
that you're
business.
showing,
That's my
I've
business.
Yet to see an
I got a
email on the
corner.
other side suggesting the possibility of divestment from CNN, for example.
Yeah, we and trust me, we did a lot of investigating. We'd have had that. We'd have put it in our report.
Listen.
Didn't find a one.
Well, would you?
Didn't find
Maybe
a
you
one. It
should,
was all
because
targeted
CNN
in
is
one
fucking
direction,
weird now.
And they say it in their charter document. Mr. Rakowitz says uncommon collaboration is
They targeted one direction? Wait, that's it. I'm out.
Absolutely
Are
no
you
sense.
kidding me? Harry
I
Styles.
recognize the
Yeah.
gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome the witnesses as well, and let's talk a little bit about brand reputation, if we may. We all know that how important brand reputation is. As Warren Buffett has said, it takes 20 years to build a brand and 5 minutes to destroy it. Let me start out with Mr. Patel, a question, sir. In 2020, Unilever paused all social media advertising because the environment had become very polarized and unhelpful to its brand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me say consumers agree with you that, in fact, 82% of consumers also feel that it is important that the content surrounding online ads be appropriate. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to submit for the record an article titled Brand Safety, What Do Consumers Consider to Be Inappropriate Content? So, Mr. Patel, I'm going to ask again. Unilever paused advertising on both conservative and liberal channels and did not specifically target conservative platforms or content creators. Is that correct? And that's for 2020.
Yes, sir. We pulled all our advertising from all assets.
So, Mr. Patel, it sounds like this is more of a pure business decision and not a messaging crusade on your part. Would you agree with that?
No, we did what was felt was best for our brands.
Business decision.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Patel, you've testified that Unilever you make decisions to advertise independently. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We make our investments on what's right for our brands. And
No group, including GARM, dictates or approves where Unilever spends its advertising dollars. Is that correct?
100%. Unilever makes its own decisions.
And no group directs Unilever to avoid any platform or creator. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Patel, members of GARM
So why are we
can come
here?
and go freely like X, formerly Twitter, have done. Is that correct?
GARM is a voluntary organization.
Professor Waller, if I may, some on this committee have suggested that members of GARM have colluded to harm competition by boycotting certain platforms or speakers. Don't businesses have the fundamental right to choose how and where they spend their advertising dollars?
That is correct.
And it's clear from Mr. Patel's answers and the public
No,
documents
perfectly woke.
that there is no collusion. Would you agree with that?
I can only say as a matter of, I have not read the committee's report, and based on publicly available information, I'm seeing a discussion of unilateral decisions on how to do business, which is the purview of each company, and you simply need more. You need more, even if other firms are doing similar or even identical decisions. The law is clear that you need something that shows that they're acting in a way together rather than independent. And I see you have an element of antitrust violation.
Well,
chart
what
behind
you have behind me, sir, Mr. Waller, is a chart of the 3 elements, the mandatory elements of a Sherman Act Section 1 violation. You need to prove all 3 elements. So, Mr. Waller, let me ask you, are you aware of any agreement among the competitors to boycott or collude?
Well, I have no personal agreement, but I'm not hearing anything today that suggests that. And in the absence of an agreement, I can just say there is no Section 1 violation.
So if there's no agreement, there can't be a Section 1 antitrust violation.
That is true.
There's no threat. I see their
So,
narrative
there's
fucking
no
everywhere.
antitrust
What is up in the Senate? Hold on, let me see.
If there's no agreement, there's no Section
Let me
1.
find
and
out.
Then there
Hold
are other
on.
requirements that your chart has 2 additional requirements. You have to show an unreasonable harm to competition. And there's one, in addition, I would suggest that if the firms involved have a legitimate business justification for what they do, that is often enough to avoid a violation, even if there were an agreement.
That's a lot. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Professor Waller, you were a senior advisor to the federal, over here. You were a senior advisor to the Federal Trade Commission under Lena Khan, right?
That is correct.
And when you left, did you take copies of your work product?
No.
Are you aware that the FTC deleted them all and would not make them available to this committee, so we have no idea what you did?
I have no idea what the FTC did after I left.
But you didn't take any copies. Under oath, you're telling us that you have no records of your time there, your opinions, or what you did there.
Shut the fuck up, all right?
No.
Go check your painting in the attic.
I was prohibited from doing so. I turned in my computer, my phone, and I have no access to any of that stuff.
Okay, well, that's fine. So they just destroyed the evidence. The Federal Trade Commission under
I don't think so. I don't think that's how they refer to that.
Has found everything to be antitrust. They haven't found a merger or an acquisition they seem to like, even if they're unrelated. Were you part of that decision? In other words, when they've decided that the only way you can merge or acquire somebody is if it hurts your ability to compete, were you part of that? Because today you're talking about nothing is, you know, what we're seeing here, which clearly smells like a cartel, certainly looks like a suppression of free speech. You're saying none of it is. You've testified repeatedly that you see no there, and yet you were part of the FTC, which sees a there everywhere. Can you explain that quickly?
I'm providing a roadmap of all the issues that I think this committee would have to find solid evidence on to
I
proceed.
find your behavior and the behavior of the Federal Trade Commission under your participation to be inconsistent with your testimony, and as a result have to discount your opinions.
Well, why don't you just fuck them all the way off of there, Daryl Issa?
Mr. Jurel,
Everybody thought you were
Unilever,
dead. You've been this age
where?
since I was a child. What the hell's
US
going
is-
on?
No.
Are
Where
you
is
normal?
the stockholding parent company?
London, sir.
London. So you're not a U.S.-based company other than you're a division of a foreign company. Is that correct?
We're based, headquarters London.
Okay, that's okay. You've got a wonderful British accent. It's fine. I like that, actually. So where is GARM based?
Fucking Daryl Issa, he's a piece of shit. Can fuck all the way off.
The answer is Belgium. It's not hard.
Actually, I'm not sure where GARM is based.
Okay, well, our information shows it's Belgium. So a non-U.S. company working with a non-U.S. consortium that controls 90% of advertising, all of which is outside the U.S. and outside the reach of really being discovered, wants to tell us it's not a cartel.
I can't find anything
the
live
one
on
thing
the
about
Senate.
a cartel is the first way you know it's a cartel is it says it's not a cartel. I think that's really what we're dealing with here.
I think Snowball. Really? I think of just
Mr.
like
Waller,
he should be dead by now because he's been this age since I was a child.
When what he's saying today doesn't
and if
seem to
I'm
be
old,
consistent
that means
with where
he's really old.
Recently. So I'll go to Mr. Shapiro. Mr. Shapiro, do you have more than 10% market share in the advertising or social media work?
We certainly do not.
You don't. So you don't have any market power.
Very little.
Okay, but if you had
well, then why are you even on
control
TV?
or influence over 90% of it, do you think that the Federal Trade Commission would be up your derriere every day with questions? I didn't use the Yiddish term because I was afraid.
Even as things currently stand, I overpay my taxes.
Okay, so basically what we're dealing with here today is you, Fox, the others, don't
they
have
think this is a joke.
Individually enough market share to
legislating
have market power so that you can control a market.
And their service
clearly,
to this
GARM's
country
influence
like a
does
joke.
have 90% of the
That's what
advertisers.
ICE's doing right
and
now.
According to everything we've seen, you've been blacklisted
on
by
his constituents.
That seems to be the case.
Saying, I'm going to waste time
the late Roger Ailes was a friend
with
of
a
mine.
fucking Nazi.
I thoroughly enjoyed my time and the guidance he gave me.
That's what I'm going to do.
But he also gave Rupert Murdoch a piece of
I'm
guidance.
going to kiki with the
and
Nazis.
It is true till today. He found a niche
on the taxpayer
that
dime.
The company that became Fox News could fill. And he said,
because this is just
Murdoch,
a big joke.
I found a niche I think we can exploit. And he said,
just
well, what is it?
Just a big fucking joke. Yeah, I don't see anything in particular.
But
I wondered myself if there was going to be something
or less,
on the floor.
More or less. One, if you know that chutzpah means nerve, I'm afraid most people aren't good in Yiddish here, apparently, although they use it. But can you explain to me why systematically, whether it's one conservative media or not, that GARM is seemingly wanting us, an outside the U.S.
Yeah,
group
no one wants to advertise against disinformation and bigotry except some weird coffee company
and as a result,
and Mike Lindell.
See profitable networks.
Sorry, that's what
you're stuck with. It seems to me there are a
with.
variety of reasons why a group like GARM is
Not
attempting to withdraw the advertising market from half
and then you will
of
get better
American businesses that happen to be
advertisers.
on the right side of the aisle.
How about you do a better job,
reasons
and
range
then
from
you
the
become
overtly
a more
political
attractive
to the fact that they
target
coordinate with foreign
for
governments. GARM
advertisers. How about
actually
that?
does coordinate in Europe with a bunch of European governments in consolidating standards and all the rest, and they obviously don't have the same First Amendment restrictions
the
that
jury
they do
for
in the United
Senator
States.
Menendez
These sorts
is
of informal
deliberating his
arrangements have been
felony
carried across the
charges.
pond here and incentivized by, again, members of this body, members of the executive branch, who put pressure on social media companies in order to throttle particular viewpoints.
Mr. Chairman, I would certainly say for the record that
so
if
you're not
you,
really throttled at all, are you?
Enroll half of America's access, that's chutzpah.
Yep. The gentleman yields back.
Don't address members personally. No, I don't know. Cassadine from the General Hospital. Oh my God, that is Daryl Issa. You're right.
Advertising standards are being questioned here today. And we should not be using taxpayer dollars to speak on an issue that has been investigated and produced no support for any unlawfulness. We need to trust the facts that we have gathered, not chase conspiracy theories or force companies to make investments against their will. There are so many issues that we could be focusing on here today that would actually kind of save millions of lives, such as gun violence prevention.
Exactly,
better serve the American
SB.
people.
He should
Make a
really
positive
just not
and
say
meaningful
things
difference in
at
the
all.
lives of those that we are sworn to serve. We could focus on measures to reform our prisons and protect our children from online violence, or we could make a good faith effort to protect the First Amendment. We have urged our colleagues on this committee time and time again to follow the facts and resist the urge to chase down unbiased claims for political clout. We should be using tax dollars to help the very people who pay them. Instead of some of my colleagues in the majority are wasting money so that they may spread falsehoods and distract the public from their inability to effectively legislate. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being on this panel today. But I do have a number of questions, so if you don't mind just kind of answering it succinctly as you possibly can, I appreciate it. Professor Weber-Waller, in the research that you have obtained on the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, are members of GARM within their First Amendment right to voluntarily decide whether to place their advertisements on a certain website or platform?
Yes.
Thank you. Is this true even if multiple members of GARM make the same decision voluntarily?
Yes.
In 2020, Spotify entered into an exclusive deal with a podcaster for $100 million. And on this podcast, the host shared COVID misinformation, including suggesting that healthy young adults did not need to be vaccinated, leading prominent artists to leave Spotify over this. Grossly inflammatory language was constantly being used, including using the N-word repeatedly over a several period of years. Mr. Patel and Mr. Jewell, can you explain why brands would not like to have their advertisements appear alongside this kind of audio content?
From a Unilever perspective, it would create damage to what the brands stand for and the equity that we've built for many decades around why they exist.
Thank you.
From our perspective, it's much similar. Companies spend billions of dollars over decades building their brands, committing certain values, making it feel safe, making it feel useful, making it earn its place in consumers' lives. When you put it next to something like that, at a time when there's a massive health crisis and these types of comments come out, it destroys those billions of dollars that they've invested over long periods of time.
Thank you for those clarifications. Mr. Patel and Mr. Jewell, how do your companies determine what platforms and products you wish to use for your advertisements?
From a Unilever lens, what we do is, and it's different for every brand, we have a job to be done for the brand. We have target audiences, so we have selective demographics that we're trying to address through the brand equity, and then
I don't see anything, Kathy, on the website that's unusual or the
to understand
Twitter
where
account.
that content is, and then
I'm
we'll
in support.
target that through our advertising.
Thank you.
I think that's exactly right. If you want to introduce a new pickup truck in America, you're going to go out and figure out who is most likely to buy that, and how do I match the brand values of what that truck is with the audience segments. So I'll make it up, but we're going to find men between 24 and 35 who believe in durability, toughness, and they like the message appeal of Made in America. We're going to go find the news outlets that represent that audience best and connect them to that audience.
Thank you for those clarifications, Mr. Patel and Mr. Jewell. If the committee decides today that companies must advertise on platforms that are not aligned with their brand, how could this affect the future of advertisements?
Respectfully, ma'am, what we believe is that we have a right to choose where we want to choose our investments and where we want to advertise our brands.
I agree with that.
Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman, hang on for 1 second. We've been at it a couple hours. If any of you need a break, just please let us know. We'll take a break, but you've got several to go. Just let our staff know. We'll go. Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We know from hearings in this committee that in the 2020 election that ads were throttled from President Trump. And Mr. Jewell, what is Group M doing to make sure that President Trump's ads are not going to be throttled here in the 2024 election?
Thank you for the question. Group M works with all of our different publishers and partners to enforce their standards of service, to make sure that we look at what those are. And that's part of the reason that we actually use GARM and others, is to get an industry framework and guidelines and use third parties to look at the content that comes through and make sure that it's performing as it should.
So will you be watching companies like Google, like Meta, like X to make sure that they are not throttling information coming from conservatives and in particular President Trump?
We actually work with all the major publishers around the world and certainly here in the United States and meet with them on a regular basis to talk about their standards of service, their policies, and make sure that they are living to those standards of service. It's really important to us to have choice in this marketplace and to be able to connect our brands and consumers in a wide variety of organizations.
So there's a real concern that we see this email. There were some emails that were posted earlier. We have one here from Joe Barone, Managing Partner, Brand Safety Americas. We confirmed with Spotify that Group M Brand Safety Team will conduct a complete trust and safety review. This was after, this was in response to Joe Rogan being on Spotify. Spotify said, we do not want to take Joe Rogan down. And you guys put additional pressure on. How can we be confident with something like that happening? Is Mr. Barone still working for Group M?
You guys put additional pressure on? What?
No, sir, he's not.
Okay, so we can be confident something like this will not happen again.
What?
Where
Shut up.
You guys used actually kind of secondary power to secondary authority to be able to go after somebody like Spotify. We can be confident that's not going to happen again?
Blarg, blarg,
So we
blarg,
routinely
blarg, blarg.
conduct brand and safety reviews to make sure that these partners of ours are living to their standards. And in the case of Spotify, we didn't boycott anything, we didn't pull our spend. They continue to be a major media partner for us. We wanted to understand during a health crisis in America what Joe Rogan was talking about and did it comply with Spotify's standards of service.
So one final issue in regards to this.
He'll cancel. He ran Fear Factor, okay? He's a piece of shit. He'll go back to being a piece of shit. It'll happen.
This information
it's cyclical.
that was throttled in regards to the COVID disaster that happened, not just in the United States,
It's
but
too
across the
bad
world.
that so many
Has there
people
been an
follow someone
acknowledgement
who's so
by Group M
incredibly
that
stupid?
Many of the things that were talked about by people like Joe Rogan and others have actually turned out
So it's not about
to be true,
hating
that
him,
they are
it's
not
about the fact that he's
misinformation. Has
actually
Group M acknowledged that?
dangerous to people's health.
Sir, I'm not aware that Group M ever came out and said that Joe Rogan was
So,
spreading
there's that.
misinformation or that Spotify, the platform. We asked
so
Spotify
he's
to
just
clarify their policies.
a joke. He's a joke.
We are
and not
in
a
the
funny
business of
one.
connecting brands and consumers in a way that their messages can be heard in an authentic manner.
So you weren't going after Spotify?
As I said, we never reduced our spend once. We didn't call for a boycott.
So
We
literally they didn't.
We asked for clarification
okay,
from
they
Spotify.
didn't.
Mr. Patel,
J-Rants.
the VP for Facebook let us know a few years ago that they put out information telling people how to get into this country illegally, and we've seen over 10 million people do that here in less than 4 years under the Biden administration.
Oh, he picked his nose.
Your company, Unilever, does some advertising on Meta, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Is a Trump ad, as was alluded to by my colleague from Florida, is that more dangerous, or is it more dangerous to have Facebook telling people how to get into our country illegally? You had some VPs that said that a Trump ad was very dangerous and that it should be pulled down.
Yeah, probably.
Is that more dangerous, a Trump advertisement for president, or is a Facebook saying that they are encouraging people to come into the country illegally?
Who's saying
Which one's
that?
more dangerous?
Who says that?
So from a Unilever lens, we believe
Who said that?
that's not the content we want our brands associated with.
What are you talking about?
Will you stop
Be
advertising
specific.
with Meta? Because they have encouraged people to come in illegally.
Who?
I mean, if you took an ad like
When?
that out in the newspaper,
When?
You'd be in big trouble.
When?
It seems like the same thing should happen in Meta.
When?
They're breaking the law, telling people to come
Show
into
us
telling
the
people how to come
ad.
into this country illegally.
This is
will
a
you be dropping your
lie. This is
advertising?
disinformation.
So that's why we work
This is a
with
lie.
Group M and our different partners to ensure our brands appear adjacent to the content that we're targeting for the audiences that we are.
But hasn't Group
That's
M
all they do.
failed you then? They did not find out that they're actually encouraging illegal
Who?
activity. Shouldn't Group
When?
M be telling
Where?
you that, hey, there's
Where?
a problem here?
Where? See, this is the problem. Throws shit
so
out
that would
like
be,
that.
We also have
no
verification within
backup,
our own
no
organization to see
nothing.
where our assets are
No
appearing.
nothing.
So it would be picked up in the system.
No
I wish I could
fucking
do some
nothing.
more follow-ups, but I'll yield back. Mr.
Yay,
Chairman.
pack and clean. Yay, yay, yay.
Mr. Shapiro,
Know what I mean?
thank you for joining us today. I
I'm
think
glad we're your
it is
background.
important
I love
that
being the
you're
background.
here, as one of the leading conservative voices in the country, and the country has, in the last couple weeks,
Oh, boy.
talked a lot about and Googled Project 2025. It's one of the most Googled search terms right now. and you're not going to get any censorship from me. So I just wanted to know, from your perspective, I think it would help us understand, on just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
And so, well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy. You want more efficiency?
I do.
I want more efficiency. You want taxpayer money spent wisely?
I do. Congrats on becoming a Republican.
Yeah. Yeah. My parents would be proud. Mass deportations, it calls for that. Do you support that part?
I support the deportation of any illegal immigrant who's in the United States who is not of benefit to the generalized American public.
So if they're picking agriculture that puts food on the tables of everyday Americans, they've never committed a crime inside the United States, they didn't come across with documents, should they be deported?
If they have not paid taxes and if their draw on the taxpayer benefits are larger than the contribution they are making to the economy, or if they're involved in criminal activity, they should be deported.
How do we measure that?
The same way that the IRS measures my income every year. It seems like if the IRS can track down every aspect of every receipt that I've ever submitted, and
So
they can do so for hundreds of millions of other Americans, they can do that for illegal immigrants as well, except for the fact that no one knows how many are in the country thanks to this administration.
So you would be cool with creating a system where they could pay those taxes if they wanted to, and then stay and work and put food on our table?
It depends on how long it would take for them to pay the taxes, and they would also have to go presumably to the back of the line, although I'm not sure why I'm testifying about immigration policy at this point.
How about banning the abortion pill? That's part of Project 2025. Do you support that part?
I think that that's a state-by-state issue on a personal level.
I'm just asking you.
Sure, I'm a fully pro-life person, which means that I'm not in favor of the distribution of the abortion pill.
Banning same-sex marriage, what about that part?
I am in favor of traditional marriage between a man and a woman, and I'm perfectly fine with anyone having any sort of voluntary sexual arrangement they seek. That's a different thing from whether the government should attach benefits to that personal relationship.
But you think it's a sin to have same-sex marriage?
I mean, I'm confused. Are you asking me as a religious Jew what I think about biblically?
I'm just asking, is it a sin to be gay?
Is it a sin to be gay? I mean, how long do we have here? 2 minutes? I mean, if the basic idea is that sexual orientation is up for government regulation, I'm not in favor of the government regulating the private consenting sexual activity of adults. That is a different thing, once again, from whether the government ought to engage in actual benefits for particular sexual arrangements that adults make.
But again, just you to me, is it a sin or not?
From a religious Jewish perspective, orientation is not a sin, but activity is. That's also the same perspective of most major religions, so far as I'm aware.
Okay. And how about cutting Social Security? Do you support that part of 2025?
I'm not sure what Project 2025's position on Social Security is. I'm in favor of the restructuring of Social Security along the lines of privatization and lowering and increasing the retirement age, because you, as well as every other congressperson, knows Social Security is going to go bankrupt, and yet everyone seems to have an interest in lying about it for the next decade and a half until we have to take austerity measures or radically increase inflation or taxes.
And bans against books about slavery. Do you support that part about?
Why would I possibly be in favor of bans about books about slavery? That would be absolutely ridiculous. What I am in favor of is the idea that school libraries should be able to make decisions along the lines of what exactly is appropriate for, say, a 7th grader and whether they ought to be treated to cartoons and genderqueer. That's not quite the same thing.
And just because we found some receipts, you did say, I think homosexual activity is a sin.
Yes, I'm a religious Jew, that's
true.
true.
There's a genetic component.
You found me out.
Orientation. But the view of all religious people I know has always been that sexual behavior is something that is up to you. And you said, I may have a desire to sleep with many women, but I do not.
I agree with me. Yes, that's true.
Congratulations on your, I'm sure it's very hard to restrain yourself. Mr. Chairman, I just want to shift to Alvin Bragg. He was supposed to be here this week, and he's not coming. And Hunter Biden was supposed to testify. Now he's not testifying. We were supposed to have votes on articles of impeachment, and we didn't. And again, we're just wondering, you guys write great press releases, but the payoff seems to never come. And so I guess we will keep waiting, and we'll do hearings like this.
Really,
and finally, Chairman, you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater, and that's a restriction on speech, as you have recognized before. but you can yell theater in a crowded fire, and you all can continue to do that all you want, and we'll just waste the American people's time.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I remind him of the first rule of holes. When you're in one, stop digging. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee for 5 minutes.
Mr. Shapiro, we have heard a lot today from our colleagues across the aisle and your fellow witnesses about the need for brands to avoid placement against or association with controversial content. And the examples that we've heard cited are truly despicable. Child sex abuse materials, terror threats, foreign propaganda, promotion and funding of criminal activity. So just to be clear, you have had personal experience being targeted by these collusive activities and these limitations of advertising. So let's clarify the Daily Wire and its associated content. Do you include any child sex abuse materials on your website?
No, we certainly do not.
Do you promote terrorist activities or ISIS videos?
No, we certainly do not, unlike some members of the Democratic Party who seem to be...
Do you promote or fundraise for criminal conduct?
We do not.
Do you share foreign propaganda?
We do not.
In fact,
Yeah,
Mr.
you
Shapiro,
do,
is it not true that the
stupid.
Daily Wire
You
website,
dumb
associated content, and social
Dumb
media
fucks.
involve none of those things and are instead a reflection of mainstream conservative ideas and thought?
That is correct.
Yeah, raise the fucking cap.
I'd also like to discuss the concept of advertiser engagement and
get it.
return on investment. Do you have any knowledge or information about the level of audience engagement with advertisers who do choose to advertise on your platforms?
Thank God we have extraordinary levels of advertiser engagement with our audiences, which is why we continue to maintain a significant ad presence despite the obstacles we've discussed today.
And if
Well,
an
then you really don't have
advertiser
an
were
issue.
making a market-based decision, do you have a decision based on actual economic input and engagement with the content consumers? Do you have any information or opinion about whether that return on investment is a good one if they engage with the Daily Wire?
I'm obviously biased in this matter, but I obviously think it would be an excellent investment, and we have heard from certain advertisers that what they actually would like is some sort of cover and less public pressure on them so they can make market-based decisions.
What?
Now, in your experience,
Fuck
you
off.
have
Oh,
actually
you want people
had
to
your
guarantee
own
to buy the
limited
products of
or
advertisers
removed or
that advertise
censored, have
with
you not?
shitty
We have.
websites. That's
Would you
literally
share with us
what
some of the
he
examples
fucking
of content
says.
that you have had limited or
She
censored?
should go ahead and
Well,
check out his
let's see.
website.
I
I
have
agree
about
on increasing
4,000
the,
of them.
yeah.
Seriously,
Makes
about
sense.
4,000 content enforcements across our various YouTube channels. We've actually had to engage in self-enforcement because the corresponding information that we're getting from social media is so poor. And so one of the things that we've had to do in the past is sort of prospectively remove material in the hopes that we will not be demonetized if we do so. Some of those matters have been, for example, describing the geography of the Philadelphia corridor, which is the border between Israel and Egypt in the Gaza Strip. That could get us demonetized. Any mention whatsoever of a man not being a woman,
This
that will
is
get you
not-
demonetized on
this is
YouTube,
not- Hey,
for example. And as
MJ,
I've
how
mentioned,
are you?
when you're
So good to
demonetized,
see
it's not
you.
merely that you're demonetized, that YouTube then has an interest in preventing the dissemination
I don't
of your
think the
message.
Democrats
So
have
the number of
handled
people
this
who
the
will actually
best.
see
I think
your
they could have
particular
done better
video
with this
will
one
be
because
lower
Ben
than
is
if you are a
such a fucking
monetized
piece
video.
of shit.
And we have
It should be easy to shut him
example
down.
after example of this. I mentioned in my testimony that Matt Walsh, fellow host over at the Daily Wire, he was fully demonetized on YouTube for pointing out that men are not women, for example.
So is it
Which
correct
is bigotry.
to say then that
That's
the
bigotry.
collusive
I'm
activity by
sorry.
advertisers to
That's
choose
fucking
to
bigotry.
limit or choose to restrict
And it's harmful,
utilizing your
and it
platforms,
hurts people,
it has
and it
both
ends
a
up in people
monetary
getting
impact
killed.
and a potential impact on your ability to
That's
reach
it.
new subscribers
Sorry.
and viewers.
That is certainly true.
He's on the
Now, you
wrong
touched
side of
earlier
those
on the
issues,
fact
and
that
that's
you've
why
obviously
he's
been able to
demonetized.
transcend these types of
Because when
barriers
you're
in your own
objectively
business operation,
wrong,
but you touched earlier
you're
on
done.
the type of detrimental effect that this has on a new or startup company. Could you explain to us exactly how
I think
this
Rumble's
type
doing
of
really
conduct or
well.
this type
I
of
think there are a lot
collusion
of
can
small
inhibit the
channels that are
ability of
putting out a
new
lot of
companies to
bullshit
form or new
all
thoughts
day
or
long,
ideas to
all
actually
night
reach
long.
the American public?
Sure. So
There's
let's take a
entire
look at a
websites
startup
dedicated to
conservative
it.
media company,
Locals,
and GARM decides to
Rumble,
apply its misinformation standards, which are
his
extraordinarily
Daily
broad
Wire,
and subjectively
you know, like,
defined,
come
to that
on now.
conservative startup media company. They have to be extraordinarily careful of what they say to the extent that they may not report material that they think will be detrimental to them, and we've been demonetized in the past for even pointing out something that's now become patently obvious to the American people, the mental decline of the President of the United States. If you are a startup media outlet and you are focused in on something like that, the possibility that you will then be demonetized by a social media platform based on GARM removing its advertising, using its standards, telling its advertisers not to advertise on these particular platforms, that's going to deprive you of the advertising revenue necessary to actually build your operation.
Everybody knows
get
who
new
Ben
reporters,
Shapiro is.
hire new opinion writers, and then do the actual marketing on your own that you would want in order to achieve market share.
If he's suffering, it's because he's on the
And
wrong
you
side
go
of an
all
issue.
over the world and give
That's why
talks
he's
and engage
suffering,
with
because he
everyday
doesn't
citizens about the issues
actually
that are of interest
represent
and concern to them. In your
the world.
opinion and experience, do those issues you just touched
I'm
on,
not their
are they
target
of
audience.
interest to people about, and just in general, the political discourse and things they want to hear content about today?
They certainly are of interest, and I find it a mass puzzle as to why the advertising market, if there is no sort of at least informal collusion between them, have deprived the advertising revenue from literally half the American public.
The gentlelady's time has expired without...
It's not half, because you don't win elections,
Chairman,
bitch.
I need to
okay, you're not
speak
half.
to my colleague's
Nice
comments
try.
about Professor Waller.
Doesn't
He
happen.
misrepresented and maligned the witness.
How do you see the
Falsely
silencing
represented
versus the
that
First
his
Amendment?
witness has
Silencing?
majority
No,
far-reaching
lies aren't covered by the
investigation.
First Amendment.
GARM
Bigotry
testified
isn't
over a month
covered by
ago
the
on
First
all these
Amendment.
questions.
Gentlemen will
The majority could have
That's it.
invited them to speak at this hearing.
That's
They
it.
did not.
Period.
The gentleman has a right to speak on his time, or if it's yielded on someone else's time. If there's no motion involved, the gentleman is not in order. Does the gentleman wish to pursue a point of order?
I withdraw it, Mr. Chair.
The committee will now stand in recess for 5 minutes to give the witnesses and the members a break.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'm trying not to smoke on film. Okay, anyway, hi. Okay, well, listen. Yeah, MAGA's so persecuted. Listen. This is all of the arguments made are not, listen, y'all. No. All the arguments Ben Shapiro is making, he is making, are old and whiny, and as evidenced by the one representative who could not actually mention how something happened, how Meta shut down something. He just said that Meta did it. And it just sits there in the ether, right? Which is what Ben Shapiro does. He can put things in the ether like the election was stolen, whatever. And then he can couch it and push it out with the hate. Ben Shapiro is a purveyor of hate. That's all. There's no news coming out of his website. There's no information for the public good coming out of his website. He is a clown with a show. I provide more news than Ben Shapiro does. So I'm sorry, but Ben can have all the smart fucking comebacks he wants, and he can incel his way through this congressional hearing. But the bottom line is this: he is one of the people who has pushed the most hate out into our public discourse. And for that alone, he doesn't have the right to say anything about freedom of speech or advertisers making selections about who they want to advertise. He just said it. He's fine. This isn't even an issue for him. And you know what? That's actually true. It's not an issue for him. He will never get Unilever companies to advertise in the Daily Wire because they push hate. That's it. Sorry. That's not freedom of speech. That's encouraging people to hate other people merely for the fact that they exist. And that's wrong. It's just objectively wrong. Objectively wrong. So Ben, like Alex before him, will probably step in it so badly and so deeply one day that he'll be canceled too and regurgitate as Alex Jones has. But we have to, I'm not giving them any quarter because their stories haven't changed. Their stories are still full of hate and vitriol for people who are different. So he can wear all the yarmulkes he wants. He is a hate monger, regardless of all the vestments of spiritualness. So it's just, yeah, no, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Yeah, I thought we had hate laws too, but they are Nazis. He's not an expert, and he was brought in just to be, you know, the show horse. I'm interested in hearing from, like, Unilever. Like, that's really interesting. How do they make their decisions? I'm interested in hearing from GARM. I'm really interested in, you know, in hearing what they have to say. But this is a show. Like, he's just doing a show. And this is yet another Jim Jordan. I've got to prove that I'm worthwhile because I'm never going to be part of an administration because I have a, you know, I ignored students being molested in my wrestling program at Ohio State. So I'll never get a job in, like, the White House. But I have a job to perform here. And his job is to platform all of this nonsense bullshit to distract from what is actually happening, which is Project 2025. Sorry, they're the ones who wrote it. We didn't write it. We didn't publish it. Fucking Democrats didn't do this. You guys wrote it. You wrote it, and now you don't want to own it. And you know what? That's why Laura Trump and the RNC came out with the really stupid 20-point platform that is dumb. So, you know, you can the right can deny it all they want. They can, but I'm sorry, your actions and your words belie you. Your actions and your words are what make this all bullshit. And yeah, not everyone totally likes, you know, I don't know. You know, I'm going to go back to the movie that we watched last night on Discord and Zoom, and that is Bad Faith, and how important bad faith, how important the corruption of the Republican Party was really an intentional act, that this is not by happenstance that we're here in this divided time. It is by design. It's by design that we're here. We put the spotlight on their pet project. That's right. And so now the cockroaches are scurrying to hide. Yeah. Because if you do read Project 2025, and there's lots of great people doing that, and Miss Malarkey and Joanna are doing it on Twitter, and other people are doing it on Twitter. Advocacy Arena was doing it. I mean, there's a lot of accounts that are doing really great work on Project 2025 and exposing parts of it, because it is almost 1,000 pages. But all you have to do is read it. Like, you just don't... Oh, man. And if you see the movie Bad Faith, you'll also understand that how the abortion fight has been around, has racist roots, how all of that is by design. By design. So yeah. We need to vote. We need to vote up and down the ticket. We need to, the Democrats need to take the Senate and the House and the presidency because we need to right the ship. And I believe that. I believe the Democrats are the only serious governance left in the body politic right now. That's it. That's all. Jim Jordan is part of AFPI, really? What's the AFPI, MJ? What is that? AFPI? Yeah, cockroaches are resilient, but they can be killed. They can be killed. So, yeah, yeah, here's the thing, and I'll say this again too. I think that I think the Democrats will win the election. I think more of us vote. I know for a fact MAGA just doesn't. They don't usually show up to vote, or if they do, there's just not enough of them. Okay, might be a solid third of the country, but it's not enough to win an election. It is, however, enough to win through gerrymandering and other manipulation done on the voting system. It is something that that can happen in local and Senate House races. So yeah, we need to take them both because it's time to legislate and do things for the American people, which is like $35 insulin for Medicare patients, which hopefully we should be negotiating drug prices across the board for everyone. We should be regulating, we should codify Roe in the federal law. We should codify access to safe abortion in the fucking federal Constitution. Chris Miller, oh, Chad Wolf. Oh my God, it's the worst people. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's time to stop the nonsense and fucking get this shit righted. Build up our reserves so that we're ready for the next pandemic. Put the research into that. You know? Solve child poverty. Come on now. Kellyanne oh my God, MJ, that's like a cast of characters there. Yeah, so it's not your father's Republican Party. I don't know. My dad was a Green Party member, so I can't really say that. Doctors Banting and Best sold their patent for insulin for $1. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, America First Policy Institute. Yes. Oh, yeah, definitely. Gal has a gal, and I don't know if it's Tina. I don't know. Jay Rance might be around listening. I'm not sure who has the threads specific. It might be Gal on the AFPI. And then MJ, it sounds like you have a lot. Hashtag AFPI. Yeah. Oh, actually, let me do that. Why not? Why don't we do it? Why don't we do it? Well, there's someone we know. Ooh. Victor Shee, I know the danger of Project 2025 because I know one of the architects, Christopher Miller. I interviewed him on iGen Politics after he left the Trump administration. Ooh, how long was it? How long is it?
And we won't advance our joint. I thought we had a joint cause on this to try to do something positive.
Well, we definitely want to do something positive, but I don't think it's unfair to say you had more information than I had, more information than Victor had, more information than, I mean, you were in an area with intelligence. So it just.
I didn't handle election intelligence. I handled counterterrorism intelligence. I didn't deal with election crap.
So tell me what counterintelligence includes.
Now, counterterrorism is a separate, distinct field of the intelligence. It's not counterintelligence, and it's certainly not the I didn't deal with foreign intelligence regarding election manipulation,
No, you mean APAC,
which frankly is
Mossad.
already out there. I don't think there's anything else to be said about that. But.
So, well, counterterrorism would include domestic terrorism threats?
Sure.
So, to me, this looks like a domestic terrorism event where you had American citizens who were trying to stop the certification of an election by what turned out to be violence. And I'm just, I know you can't reveal.
Yeah, that's domestic terrorism was in the portfolio when I was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. And when I was the senior director, special assistant to the president for counterterrorism at the National Security Council, we wrote the counterterrorism strategy for the United States. For the first time in the history of the counterterrorism strategy, we recognized that domestic terrorism was an increasing threat and needed to be addressed, as opposed to in the past, we simply talked about Islamist terrorism. We're like, no, terrorism is terrorism. We have to talk about all of this. Now, sometimes that's forgotten.
It was 3 years ago, this
current
interview.
narrative that we were complicit in this, but we recognize that. But when you want to talk about collection of intelligence against domestic terrorism, that's the role of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And it's a very complex issue, as you know, from your time in the legal field. So, I mean, we tracked it, we followed it, and recognized that it was an increasing threat.
Well, you've raised an interesting point that maybe would be worth
we need to watch
our audience
this.
hearing, which is the difference between the FBI's role in domestic terrorism and what your role was. And if I remember correctly, in that role, you designated certain things as threats, and that included domestic terrorism as a threat. So can you answer both those things? First of all, am I correct in your designation of domestic terrorism as a threat to America?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Terrorism's terrorism, period. Doesn't matter if it's domestic or foreign.
And can you elaborate more on the difference between the FBI and your role in the military?
Oh, yeah. The military doesn't collect domestic law enforcement. That's domestic intelligence. We did that. As you recall, we did that in the 60s and 70s, and it was a wholesale violation of American civil liberties of enormous proportions. We had the church hearings. We had the Pike Commission, which absolutely imploded due to the so I wasn't surprised with the charades that were up there in the House, because it was like very past its prologue. Pike Commission completely collapsed when they were studying the at that time it was leftist terrorist activity, and so there was absolutely no way in the Department of Defense, and as long as I was there, we were not going to conduct intelligence activities against American citizens, because it's absolutely unconstitutional, and every American should be horrified if their military ever did such a thing again.
Exactly, and there is the posse comitatus law, but I actually misspoke, because I meant to say when you were working for the DNI.
We tracked domestic terrorism. The FBI had active operations and intelligence collection against those that were people that were involved in domestic terrorism.
That was your role right before coming to the Pentagon as the acting secretary?
As one of many roles, there's active Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Well, Al-Qaeda and ISIS are related, and other plots worldwide. So we tracked all terrorism activity worldwide.
So, and did you work in conjunction with the FBI? Or
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so
FBI's integrated into the National Counterterrorism Center. That was one of the lessons that was learned from the September 11th, 2001 Commission, was that we needed to break down the wall. So you're in your intelligence shop, you have FBI officers threaded throughout the organization to avoid that kind of brick wall.
Okay, so
he's really gulpy.
Let's go forward to when you get appointed to be the acting secretary. Had you met the president before that day?
Sure. So, yeah, we killed Baghdadi. I was the head of counterterrorism at the National Security Council, and Bakr al-Baghdadi, who was the head of ISIS and had slaughtered thousands of people personally and been involved in just some heinous acts towards Americans. That was the time I met the president that night when the operation went in to kill Baghdadi.
Excellent. And so how did you find out that you were going to be nominated as the acting secretary?
You're not technically nominated. You get a call and you're told to report to the White House.
And when did that happen?
That morning of when Secretary Esper left.
And what was your conversation with him at that time?
With who? The president?
President. When you went to the White House.
The president said, I'm going in a different direction and removing Mark Esper, and I need you to go over and run the Pentagon. And, that's kind of, the West Wing show. You serve at the, pleasure of the president. And I'd accepted a political position. I'd spent a career as a civil servant. I'd spent 27 years as a infantry and special forces officer in the Army, and then retired in 2014 and continued to serve as a contractor and as a civil servant, and elected to accept the political appointment. And I can't remember what year it was, 2019, very focused on Al-Qaeda, very focused. This war started in 2001. I was there for the start of the war. Frankly, I'd been involved prior to that against bin Laden and had the opportunity to serve at different positions to continue to try to defeat Al-Qaeda. So when the president called and said I was, you don't get offered the position so much, it's like, hey, there are only a handful of us that were eligible to take the position based on the fact that we were presidentially appointed and Senate confirmed. And I was one of those people and was asked to serve in that capacity for the rest of the Trump administration.
Wait, so he was one of the only confirmed, so they made a decision about who was already confirmed? That's interesting. Sorry.
Still, I can only imagine how, in a way, exciting and terrifying it is to get a call to come to the White House for that.
Been in much worse situations. I mean, nobody's trying to kill. Well, people are trying to kill you now, but then it was like I've had people try to kill me. So it's like, this is DC. This is DC rules. This is bureaucratic, petty ass knife fight, and I can handle that all day long. I'm, at the end of the day, it's about America, and it's about trying to improve things and protect America.
What a great
so
find. Thank you.
I wasn't worried about that.
And did you have any conversation with him about what your policies or?
Sure. Yeah. I was like, I completely support President Trump's foreign policy goals of getting us out of these forever wars and getting us to a place where we're not in a state of perpetual war that's been occurred since 1940? Well, technically 1941. We've been in this perpetual state of war, and I think that's very unhealthy and inappropriate for America. With the end of the Cold War, we had other, absolutely needed to defeat Al-Qaeda, but I fully supported getting out of Afghanistan, getting out of Iraq, getting out of Somalia, and coming home. I'm very strong at this point. I'm a neo-isolationist. I could change tomorrow. The world situation might change. But at this particular point, I think it's best for America that we come home. We retool America. We get our act together and see how things happen overseas. It's a state of transition right now. And let's go ahead and just kind of like hedge a little bit. Let's let things play out a bit and not overcommit. And, let's think about things a little more deliberately than just this knee-jerk reaction that our foreign policy elite have been doing for way too long.
You are part of the.
Did you have any second thoughts, or I don't know if that's the right description, but any pause given the firing of your predecessor? Did that make you think twice before accepting the position?
You take the king shilling. I mean, it's kind of the thing in the way I was raised is selfless service. When you're called to serve, you don't get to choose. It'd be really nice if you're a sunshine patriot and you're like, oh, hey man, that's a little rough right now. It's a really bad time for me. I think I'm just going to hang out at home. I had a great gig. I absolutely loved being the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. We were doing such innovative things.
I would not let this guy run my ice cream stand.
The workforce was miraculous.
This guy is a fucking, first of all, I think he's fucking
hungry, innovative. I was so thrilled to be there. But you know what? When you take the job as a political appointee, when you get the call to move, it's kind of how it is. It's kind of like being at a major corporation. If they tell you like, hey, guess what?
Old.
It's time for you to go take a tour.
This is 3 years old, this interview. So it's an old interview, but it's very fascinating. And I think that I don't know. Was Chris Miller part of the Pompeo plan of withdrawal from Afghanistan? Was he part of that nonsense, or was it after he took over? I know, it is fascinating. I love hearing Chris Miller because he's such a fucking wild card, right? Like he's like such a bro, but he's dumb as fuck. I don't know how. I mean, I think that's why he was put in positions of power by people, because he's totally controllable. Like he's totally controllable. And I think he's got some kind of substance problem, frankly. I'm sorry, but I truly believe that. Because he just doesn't act like a normal adult. He acts like a fucking, I don't even know what, like a frat boy. That's it. He's like a frat boy. Anyway, so let's I want to keep listening to this. I think it's interesting.
Tour in, sub-Saharan Africa, you're kind of like, okay, I mean, I've been collecting a paycheck from you for 20 years. I think that's how it works. So, I knew it was going to be easy. Come on. I mean, I've got a little common sense. I'm from Iowa. I can't believe you're having me on. You guys from Illinois and all. I figured, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to work out in your show because I'm from across the border. But of course, everybody from Chicago goes to the University of Iowa. So I feel like I'm basically a second citizen of Chicago. But yeah, I mean, it goes without saying, it was not going to be an easy,
yes, thank you, Jay
right
Rance.
out the clock.
Thank
and there are
you.
actually a lot of things we were trying to do, like get the hell out of these wars. And then, believe it or not, we really passionate about giving voice to members of the armed services, veterans and their families that haven't been heard. And, that's my passion. And to be able to do that and then continue against Al Qaeda.
That
it's
your
like,
passion.
okay, hey, new job, let's go. That's the way the military works. Every year or 2 years, you change jobs. You don't get to check. It's just like, okay, whatever.
I'm gonna run the
job,
Pentagon for a while, dude.
So it sounds like you were really focusing on foreign affairs.
Yeah, it's the role of the Department of Defense.
So you must have been surprised when you ended up having a lot of your time spent on what became domestic terrorism and the January 6th events. Was that?
Not surprised at all. If any foreign policy professional or national security professional knows the thing that you prepare for is not the thing that you're actually going to do. It's like, that's how the business works.
So why don't you prepare
show up
for the
to
other?
work and
Never mind.
you had this great plan for the day, and then someone does something overseas or domestically, and you're like, okay, I guess that's the priority for the day. So no, I wasn't bothered. I mean, very well attuned to domestic terrorism, extremely attuned to the role of the military in domestic affairs. And so now it's just like, yeah, it's what we do. Got it.
And did you ever have a chance to talk to the president about the domestic side?
About domestic, I mean, what do you mean?
You took over right on the heels of the election. So was there ever any discussion about the election?
No. I mean, I was a national security person. The political side, they have separate meetings. I don't go to those meetings. We had some serious international threats that were of great concern and to me and to the president.
Mm-hmm.
So domestic stuff
Tell us
is not
all about
something
them.
we talked about.
Which ones were they, Chris?
Record. Spoke with the president. I can't remember what day it was before the 6th. And he asked about, our posture for for January 6th. But
Lying.
no, it's not. We didn't talk domestic political stuff. That's not appropriate, nor the role of the Secretary of Defense.
So what was that conversation that you're referring to?
Had a very serious foreign threat that we had a long meeting on prior, and on the way out for, 30 seconds, asked, what's it look like for tomorrow? I think it was tomorrow. I don't have my notes in front of me. And I just said, hey, got a request from DC Mayor Bowser for National Guard support, which we're going to provide. He goes, okay.
So in the day or days at some point in the,
this is a good one.
We don't know the exact date, but prior to January 6th, you were planning on providing the support through the National Guard.
Yeah, Mayor Bowser requested it, and there's some weird stuff in D.C. because it's not a state, which has come up again and again.
Is it a
in these
foreign
discussions.
country?
Not my problem. If you want to do a constitutional amendment or some sort of legislation change, I care less. I mean, not my problem. But currently, and at that time, obviously, request for National Guard support had to be approved by the president. He had delegated that authority to me, so I approved the mayor's request as she wanted. She had very strict stipulations about the use of the National Guard and size and force, and we looked at it very carefully. That's what the Department of Defense, there's one thing that they do well, it's plan and look at things and analyze things, and analyzed it and gave her full support.
So I know Victor wanted to ask about the letter that I'm sure you must have seen that was published in the Washington Post.
Which one? I can't keep up. I mean, literally, that's why I think it's, which one you got? You got the one where the people say that I was trying to establish, neuter the National Guard so they couldn't be effective. Is that the one you're talking about the 5 restrictions that I placed on them?
Well, I was actually referring to the letter that the 10 living secretaries of defense.
Oh, that one. Oh, geez. What was up with that? What was on their mind? They didn't call me on that one, obviously.
So, but
you tell me.
What?
Well, Victor, do you want to ask some questions about that?
Yeah. So I guess referring to that letter, I mean, did you read that letter at the time, or did you have any reaction to that letter?
Of course. I mean, it's pretty significant. You wake up, you get up way too early. It's still dark out. And you're like, man, I got to go in there and do it again today. But, that's your job, right? I mean, my parents raised me. Do your job. Just do your job. Bill Belichick, right? Just do your job. So you might not want to go in there, but you go in there because we're from the Midwest, right? The 3 of us are the same way. Like, you show up. And so what do you do? The first thing, I'd walk out and I got all this security detail around my house, which is driving my family crazy. And, I pick up my paper, the Washington Post, and I walk in there and I open it up and I'm like, oh man, you've got to be kidding me. This is just not what we needed. And I have no idea why they did that. Why don't you ask them? They don't call me, and I have not called them. And you're like, wow, y'all took counsel of your fears. You know better than that. I mean, come on. Let's bring the temperature down a little bit. We do not need former secretaries of defense, taking counsel of their fears and playing into this doggone media political entertainment complex. I was absolutely horrified. Still am. Never going to get over that. I was like,
never going to
get
over it.
You got to be kidding me. I have no idea, but I'm sure they have a very good reason for this. Oh, we were just concerned.
How do you feel about your
Come
parents?
on, you sat in that chair. Maybe they haven't sat in that chair in those circumstances, I argue. But they've been that chair when you're making life and death decisions. And you don't need a lot of people
talks like
popping
Bergie,
off,
yes,
giving
or
you
Burn.
Unwanted guidance. They could have called me and brought
Maybe
that
don't
up.
treason.
They decided that they would go.
How about that?
Who wrote that? I heard somewhere that someone else wrote it. Have you guys figured out who wrote that? I've been hearing a lot of rumors. I don't care. I'm over
What's your
it.
What rumors did you hear?
Yeah, what rumors did you hear?
I think I've heard that like Cheney, I think, directed her father to gather maybe, I think, all the living defense secretaries, but I think that was the only thing I read about.
Oh, Liz Cheney,
Whatever.
Whatever.
So I guess going forward in time to maybe the January 6th rally in terms of President Trump and what he was going to say, did you have any idea of what was going to happen on the January 6th rally?
Yeah, it's a letter from former secretaries of defense about January 6th.
don't do domestic politics. Not a clue.
Can I ask one more question? Listening to your answer on the other about the
piece of
secretaries,
shit.
I mean, I feel your
disdain. Disdain is a good word.
I'll accept your word, but did it actually end up influencing you in any way in responding on January 6th?
Absolutely not.
Because they were saying, don't allow the military to be involved. And I'm just wondering, because
Jill, I get so upset because, they led. It sounds cliche and trite, but for the heaven's sakes, our service men and women, you're supposed to call them service members now. So my kids will get angry with me for saying service men and women, and I apologize for that. Our service members, they, from the day that they enlist, it's inculcated in there. It starts with their oath of allegiance to the Constitution. And, there are so many people that wanted me to go public and to remind our service members of their loyalty to the Constitution. And I never did that. And I'll tell you why I didn't do that. Because I was raised to trust your subordinates. I was raised to trust your people. And for me to go public and go, hey, I just want to remind everybody to follow their oath to the Constitution, to me would have been the height of hypocrisy for me as a leader. And I'm not a commander anymore, but as a leader and a manager of the Department of Defense, I would have never have done that, because that is disrespectful to those people that are serving our country. And I would never do that. And that's why I was so offended by those people. Like, you led them, and then you call into question their loyalty. What kind of leader are you right now? And so that's why I just fundamentally am so disappointed in that letter and how people have responded to this idea. There was
nobody called me. I woke up in the morning and I saw the letter and I was really mad. I was really mad because I saw the letter. I woke up in the morning.
That would never happen.
And I was like, what?
That's not going to happen.
Why are they talking about me like that?
That's not the way we raise our military. And I'm telling you, what the heck? 7% of our population are veterans, 1%
That's what he is. Gulpy McGulperson.
We have got to bridge that divide. The thought that the American public considered that their armed forces would do something counter-constitutional is horrifying to me. And that's why I'm on your show.
Well,
right
you
now.
did.
That's why
you
I agreed
did
to do this.
I don't think the
because I
American
help
forces
educate
did.
people.
We're going to say you did.
Goodness,
because you were the one who tried to help.
Of their armed forces.
No,
the most important decision this country makes is going to war. And you know the decision making, the last war we just did that we just lost was atrocious. And I refuse. My obligation to the next generation is not to do that again. And this is not some lost generation thing. I'm not claiming that. But I came home from Iraq in 2003, July 1st, and my family was gone. And I just sat and I was so disappointed in our elected officials that we conducted an unjust war. And I was involved in that. I said, I'll be darned if I'm ever going to do that again.
I'll be darned.
That's why I don't care about all the Miller's insane. I don't care about that, because that's not what it's about. But, there's got to be a narrative. Everybody has to create their narrative to,
well, having had the privilege of serving in the Pentagon and getting to know a lot of generals and service members. Back then it was still servicemen and women. But I came to respect the leadership and the intelligence and the planning. But you said something that I have to then ask a follow-up about, because when you say about a coup, you do have Michael Flynn, a retired general, who clearly said, he's now trying to back away a little, but he said, I encourage a Myanmar-style coup for America. And so that's a little inconsistent with what
he did.
I agree that is the training. People are trained to obey only a lawful order and to obey orders, but to have loyalty and fealty to the Constitution. And then you have him saying that. So, it makes me want to ask you, what's your reaction to something like that from
Yeah, what's
General
up with that?
Flynn?
What do you think about that?
Mike Flynn is a retired military officer. I won't speak for him. I think you bring up an extremely important point, Jill, and that's the role of retired senior officers in the political sphere. I'll give you an idea.
I love Jill.
I'm going to get a lot of hate mail from this one. Like, it's not appropriate. If a retired military officer wants to enter the political arena, senior military officer, have at it. Give up your pension, give up your retired pay, give up your disability, and give up your rank, and have at it. This is America. God bless you. You've decided to do this. So I think we really need to think about civil-military relations, which is kind of the crux, I think, of your question. And like, that's just not appropriate, to answer your question.
I'm getting a lot of tweets, many tweets saying, why is he not being charged criminally? Why is he still getting a pension? And could he be court-martialed? And I did a little quick research, and it does look like court-martial is possible for retired officers in limited circumstances. And it looks like that's the only way that he could lose his pension, have it taken away from him. Do you know anything more about that you could enlighten us with?
And Jill, you were general counsel of the Army, which you've forgotten more about this than I'll ever know. And thanks for doing the research on that. That's very helpful. I was just thinking going forward, because I think we have to have a further discussion as a nation about the role of military officers in the political space. So that's why I was just throwing out my idea. I hadn't thought about court martial. I'm sure that's on the books, but way above my knowledge base right now. But
you were
yeah,
the Defense
it's just
Department.
like, that's not appropriate.
I mean, we've had, General Eisenhower entered politics. Many former retired generals have been active, Colin Powell, and have served admirably in both capacities. It's just this one episode with Michael Flynn seems to stand out in stark.
Sure does. Yeah, and that you used
Sure
to win a war,
does.
you kind of the quid pro quos, you became president.
Sure
That's how it worked.
does.
We haven't won a war for a while, so maybe
Won a
maybe
war.
it's a moot point.
So I'm sorry, but I interrupted your questions, Victor. I apologize.
No, I'm just wondering, because you express your disdain for that Washington Post letter. I'm wondering if any of those 10 defense secretaries ever reached out for you and offered guidance during that time, or any advice about how to deal with the events of the last months of the administration.
No.
Okay. And
Victor, you have to understand the way DC works is, I was a retired colonel. I was kind of a little unworthy and, get painted with the brush as some sort of Trump loyalist. You read all that, and people have heard that.
What?
So, people from Iowa City, Iowa aren't supposed to end up in the E-ring in the Secretary of Defense's office, quite simply. And, non-traditionalist. And that's another problem we have, folks, is, this idea that you have to have some superpower to understand the military and national security. Jill, you went in there and you experienced it, and kind of this kind of idea like, oh, you haven't served, therefore you're unworthy of giving us advice. That's nonsense. And the system's designed that way. It's a self-protective system to make sure that, and most professions do that, let's be perfectly clear. So I'm just not bad-mouthing national security professionals. We see that across the board. You guys see it in your field, like, oh my gosh, you started out in a podcast and now you're at NBC. I don't know about that. Geez, you didn't really, I don't know about this Victor guy. So that's why I didn't expect that I would have any of them reach out, because I'm kind of the unwashed masses, and they're like, oh, he's not worthy of our time.
Wow, we got to unpack a lot of this. I think someone needs a little bit of therapy.
I care less, man. I'm just a student of the system. I don't care.
I think he cares a fucking lot.
I was the guy in the chair and feel very, very comfortable and very confident in the things that we did there. So I'm not believe me, this is not something I lose any sleep over. I care less. I mean, really.
And what were your goals during those final months
I
of
think
the
he
administration?
loses a lot of sleep over
I read
it.
some
What
reports
do you
about Jonathan
think?
Swan kind of going over your 3 goals. Did you have any goals during those final months?
Now, I love the fact that they take my 3 goals, which were kind of true. Like, hey, there are only 3. The bar is really low. Is that what you're talking about? I kind of said it in cheekishly, but it was kind of true. Like the bar was really, really low. Like, hey, like no military coup. Number 2 is no major foreign war. And number 3, let's not have American troops in the street beating up American citizens. And that was the bar. It was really low. We actually had really important things that we did and wanted to do. And one obviously was, I think, our special, one thing we did was recognize that our veterans that had served at Karshi-Khanabad in Uzbekistan had been poisoned by toxic chemicals there, needed redress. So, you're kind of like,
So why did the Republicans fight the burn pit
the subordinate
legislation?
was looking up going,
Sir,
man, I can't believe they're not taking any of this seriously. They're all part of the problem. And then now you're the person, right? And I thought it would be the height of like just absolutely cowardice of me if I got there and all of a sudden I started talking this way.
He's easy to control. This guy is like a Patrick Star.
No, at the
He's
end of
the
day,
Patrick Star of the Trump
your
administration.
Workforce is your treasure.
Patrick the lid.
So
Patrick
to help
the
out
lid.
and get that remediated was critical. Gold Star families,
Dude,
those that have
surf's
lost
up,
loved ones
for
in the
real.
war.
For real, dude.
have,
Like, just chill. Just chill.
It's the worst thing that ever happens in their life. And I always felt that we could do better.
Patrick the lid. Patrick the lid.
Another thing we took on. Another thing, so just
Hello,
FYI.
is this the Krusty Krab?
So as we see the budget
Patrick.
decline from $740 billion
this isn't the Krusty
a year
Krab?
to
No, it's
$715 billion
Patrick.
a year in the Department of Defense. You mark my words. I ask you all to pay attention to what they do with family support and what they do with our wounded warrior programs. Because what they're going to do is they're going to say, oh, the war's over. We don't need to spend so much on those
That's
now.
not
well, actually,
true.
now's the time
Bullshit.
we need to
Shut
spend more
the
money.
fuck off.
And we, maybe we need
asshole.
to back
You
off
tried
a
to
little on
help
their,
the
on their
country
silly,
not
high-tech
transfer power
nonsense
peacefully,
that,
you stupid
some
shit
defense
face.
contractor is shilling on them. So that was the other thing we really wanted to do. I felt like we're not organized correctly for our great power competition against
I'll be
China.
right back.
And so we tried to do some things with special operations. And what we wanted to do was knit together all these fields that currently are orphans in the Pentagon: cyber, space, information operations, special operations, security. Right now, they're all just kind of like orphans and they don't have a sponsor. And I'm like, this is the future of America and our strength: artificial intelligence, machine learning, new manufacturing technologies. Let's bring that together as opposed to being dispersed. Let's bring that together and let's give it the attention it needs. And let's give them some love, because they're going to be critical going forward. And it's not going to be the F-35 and these great planes and all this stuff. Important, I got that. But that's not going to be the critical enabler that's going to help our nation, protect our nation. So that was the other thing. And then, 71,000 Americans, 78,000 this year, 71,000 Americans last year were killed by illicit drugs. Jill, I don't know if you had to deal with this when you were general counsel, but we're like, the military was like, that's not a military mission. Protecting the border, and I'm not talking against illegal immigration. I'm talking against illicit narcotics coming up from the south or coming in from the west.
Adult diaper,
hey,
yeah.
that's
I gotta do
we
that.
need to focus on near-peer competitors.
Well, I flushed once and I washed my hands. Is that okay?
71,000 Americans are being killed every year.
It was only
It is
pee.
kind of important to our national security. That
I wish
we
I had
do what
more
we
curls.
can to,
I gotta figure that
interdict.
out.
It's not a DoD
I have to wash my hair today.
but we have capabilities that we
I wash
should
my hair
apply
every 3
and help
days.
law enforcement and help the counter narcotics people. So that was
22 vets
another
a day
thing
to
that was
suicide,
really,
yep.
really important that we
That's
wanted
right.
to kind of get settled out.
Well, you had a big agenda.
But I think I know what your hair looks like, Paulina, and I love it. Oh my God, gorgeous.
Got assets to South and Central America, reinvigorated Gold Star families, worked with the Veterans Administration to
How did he
recognize those that had
reinvigorate?
served and have been exposed to toxic chemicals. And
How did he reinvigorate
And
anything?
then just tried to help give voice to those poor people that are down there, screaming that something needs to be fixed that no one pays attention to and try to help them out. I mean,
How did you do that? Wait, can you tell me how you did
We
that?
got
I
off
want
the
some examples
subject
of how you
January 6th,
fucking
and
did that. You fucking
it's of such fascination to me,
paranoid,
particularly.
motherfucking drug addict, bitch,
On the 6th,
fucking
did
fascist.
you watch the rally live, or were you just getting reports?
No, it's working. It's working. Everybody asked that. You weren't watching the president's speech. It's like,
what were you working
kind of
on?
busy, kind of concerned about some international stuff.
Are you kidding me?
You know, no offense to anybody. I just didn't have 90 minutes to sit there and watch a political speech. There were people that are watching that would come in regularly and go, okay, this is what's going on. But no, I mean, I was like, you don't want your Secretary of Defense like watching TV, you know, for 90 minutes or however long it was. I was, you know,
I want you doing something. How about I want you to authorize the National Guard?
You know, throughout the podcast, you know, you've talked a lot about just you know, your respect for the institution, your goals to progress the institution as well, and enact these reforms. But you know, I guess it's so you were thrust into this position of, you know, dealing with this January 6th insurrection. I'm wondering if you had any like anticipation of what would happen on January 6th, knowing that Trump had spent, you know, months creating this false narrative about the election, now known as the big lie.
Yeah, I mean, didn't take Nostradamus to, can you guys hear me? Didn't take Nostradamus to recognize that there was going to be, there was a potential. And you saw it in June with you know, the protests there. And then the demonstrations, you saw there were incidents, in December, January. It's pretty clear that there was a potential for wide-scale violence. Yeah, totally was locked in on that. Yeah.
And so I guess.
But so again, though, going back to the day when how did you get the information of what was happening that day?
Yeah, I mean, there are 25,000, as you recall, Jill, there are 25,000 people in the Pentagon that staff the Secretary of Defense. There are a lot of people that are paying attention. People would come in and go, all right, this is what's going on. I was with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, was once we recognized that things were getting out of control, we were all there and we had people reporting in, and then kind of typical crisis action type thing.
So can you describe that more? I mean, I know what you're talking about, but our audience won't necessarily know that.
Yeah, thanks. Really good point. I appreciate you doing that because, like I said, like this part, I'm glad that we had this opportunity to educate. So in the Pentagon, you have these operation centers where they get, there are a whole bunch of people in there that are tracking everything that's going on in the world, not just domestically. And so they're reporting in. Each service has one, and then Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines are really not a separate service. Space Force probably is a separate service now. They probably have an operations center too. So they're tracking things. But in this case, the primary organization was the Army. It had primacy on tracking things because of the Army National Guard from the District of Columbia was involved, and the Army and the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff, the head Army officer, were in the chain of command. So they're tracking this very carefully, and they would come in and give updates on what's going on. And then, we talked prior about the things that were important. And of course, the big one was wide-scale violence that was beyond the control of the police to handle.
And so looking at that, when you mentioned a few days before that, you had issued, I think on the 4th, a memo about how the National Guard could respond, and you had the role for security and for the release of the Guard. So I'm talking about your memo where you said, it requires my direct approval before you can use certain equipment.
Yeah, right. Yeah, pretty standard procedures for the military. Absolutely nothing nefarious about it. Learned some lessons from when the protests involving the murder of George Floyd. So had, the Army, as you know, Jill, is a learning organization. It's like, well, let's make new mistakes this time. Let's not make, the same ones. Very, very appropriate for our Army and our leadership to be that kind of, introspective. So we recognized that there were certain things, but a lot of those things are several of those items on that list are very pro forma that go out for every order involving use of National Guard I should say military forces in domestic affairs.
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of, everybody looks
for the
at that
National
as some
Guard.
sort of horrifying plot, and it's the essence of military planning that the senior person provides additional guidance. And the purpose of that, of course, is you want to make sure all the way down to the person on the street, they know the purpose of their mission that day. And this wasn't initially a fighting mission, it was a protective mission. So the way you give them guidance about the use of riot control agents, tear gas, the equipment that they wear, their use of weapons, that's pretty standard, because what that does then, it reinforces all the way from the Pentagon all the way down to the person on the street that has to execute your orders. Like, okay, this is what we're doing today. This is not fight day. This is protect day.
Right,
So
okay.
I appreciate
Or
you
traffic
asking
day.
the
But
question.
go
I
ahead.
hope that I'm trying like to educate people, because there's a whole narrative out there that this was some sort of, plot to undermine the effectiveness. And you have to remember, Mayor Bowser, who was the elected official that runs the District of Columbia, was very clear that she wanted a protect mission, not a fight mission. Which, hey, I've supported Mayor Bowser on her efforts. So that's how that intent, they call it intent, is transmitted all the way down.
Right. And so let's look at as events evolved that day. They did get out of control. I don't imagine that you foresaw that it would get to the point where the Capitol would be breached and the Capitol Police overrun. And you're getting real-time reports from all the military that is paying attention to this while you're, and I know how beautiful and dramatic the office in the Pentagon is for the secretary. And then, you hear I'm sure you get a report that says the president has just told the crowd to march down Pennsylvania Avenue and to fight like hell at the Capitol.
Yep.
At that moment, did you start thinking, I may have to change that order, or I may have to not change it, I may have to give the permission that I said they had to get from me before they could use more serious equipment? And I'm just trying to ask you now, what were you thinking when you heard go to the Capitol and stop the steal, stop the certification, stop Congress from doing its constitutional duty? And you, as someone who took an oath to defend the Constitution, what was your reaction?
That everything that we had planned for and all of our meetings prior with local law enforcement and federal law enforcement the law enforcement was very clear. There were 8,000 to 10,000 cops in the street that day. And they said, we can handle demonstrations of up to 100,000 people. So
when
at this point,
that?
I'm like, cops still have it. We have not even come close to crossing the threshold.
Where's that?
Therefore, there is no role of the armed forces at this point.
Really?
Okay.
Even when
So
people
then
were crying
let's
for you
go
to
forward
release
a little more.
Oh boy.
At 2:25 in the afternoon, which is 14 minutes after the Capitol had been breached, the insurrectionists had gotten in, they'd entered the building.
Do you know that for a fact? Is that when because I can't tell when they actually broke down and broke into, because I'm not trying to be dismissive.
You are.
I still can't figure out. I looked at the New York Times. They had
Did
a really
you look
nice,
at the video?
They got a video log, and and then I'll ask other people, like, when did they actually breach the Capitol? People still don't know.
Really? Even though the New York Times has the video log?
I will totally agree with you. About 2:25, 2:30 is when,
What the fuck, Chris?
when it's like, it's gone.
Let's not look at the actual time. Let's put it in terms of an event, okay?
Mm-hmm.
At a certain point, Mike Pence was evacuated.
He wasn't evacuated. He stayed in the Capitol.
He was evacuated from the Senate chamber, He was put into protective custody and eventually was evacuated.
Well, he's not protective custody, Jill. I think that's like a legal term, isn't it? But yes, I agree with you. He left the Senate chambers.
What do you want to?
He was,
what do you want to call
he was
it?
moved to a safe location.
He was protected and moved to a safe location.
Yeah.
Taken out of the Senate chamber, which was in danger of being breached. So how soon, what was the coordination between your office and Secret?
So Jill Winebanks is a long-term lawyer. She started really her career as part of the team adjudicating Watergate. So she was a Watergate lawyer. She was young. She was very young at the time. So she was an up-and-coming lawyer. But so she's had a long history and knows very much. She's wonderful. She's very smart. Wasn't it after this interview, the investigation? No, because this interview was 3 years ago, so it probably would have been summer of 2021. So yeah, I think the investigation was going on during that time, right? But we knew a lot about the timing, so unfortunately, all the facts were kind of out there. So Chris is doing an interesting dance, but his dance is kind of stupid. It's just kind of weak. Yes, Watergate and Roger Stone. Thank you. Yep. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Good question.
Service who was taking charge of protecting him. When did you learn that he was moved out of the Senate chamber and that he was in danger?
I don't remember. I probably learned from the news.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, we all learned.
It was Nixon.
I mean, everyone watching saw it happen.
Roger Stone was
basically.
part of that.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, and then you saw the breach of the Capitol, whatever time that was. I'm kind of like 2:25, 2:30 is good enough.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah,
just
so
a major event in my leadership of the Department of Defense, but I don't really remember exactly what time things happened.
Control was not so much. Well, yeah. I mean, and here's the other thing. Everybody's like, the terminology used is really pedantic. I know, but they talk about the Capitol was breached at 1:15. No, that was like. That's not a breach to me. That's when they came over the bike racks on the outer perimeter. Bad. But at that point, I'm still not thinking. I'm like, cops, they've got 3 more lines of defense. The cops got this. They said they have this. And
when did they say they had it?
When the Capitol was physically breached
liar.
And the woman was shot. At that point, it was like, okay.
Oh, you mean the woman who was trying to kill the vice president? Fuck off.
Law enforcement. It's going to take a concerted Department of Defense response to assist, key thing, not take lead. You don't want your Army taking lead. That's martial law stuff. We weren't even close to that. So supporting local law enforcement, it was at that point where I was like, okay, this is a whole new situation. The situation has fundamentally changed.
Okay.
Our assumptions
I'm going to not do anything for another hour.
No longer valid in the Department of Defense.
Okay.
But I'll just be honest with you. At that point, I'm thinking like, okay, we got January 20th coming. And so here's how it works. I know that we have people that know how to do current operations, the immediate thing. We know how to do that. Like, okay, get moving. And that's why at 3:04 gave the word, get National Guard, mobilize the entire thing, support local law enforcement. But I'm already hopped ahead at that point, and I'm talking to the Chief of the National Guard and others going, we now need to flood D.C. with National Guard troops.
So he's saying it, wait a minute. So he's saying at 3 o'clock or 3:04, he doesn't really remember, he ordered National Guard to flood D.C. Did I hear that right? Did I hear that? I'm just making sure that I heard that correctly. Because I don't think that's what happened. I could be wrong. Yeah. I think the bombs are a red herring. I think the bombs are a red herring. By the 20th. Yeah. Oh, he's planning to flood DC by the 20th. Okay, here we go.
Ready for the inauguration.
Okay, so, and that's a good point that I will follow up on, but...
okay.
According to what I've read, it wasn't until 4:41, which was 3 hours after the police at the Capitol said, we're in trouble, we need assistance, that you actually...
I've been in plenty of gunfights in my life. And when you're in the middle of a horrible situation, you always are desperate for assistance, and I appreciate that. I'm extraordinarily empathetic.
Are you telling him that
of those who were on the front lines that day? And I also have huge empathy for those that were in the chambers that day. And I know there's a lot of fear, and I literally understand that. But a 911 call does not equate to a meaningful request for support. And just like a 911 call, you have to ask, what's going on? Where are you? What's the situation? And oftentimes in these situations, you get tunnel vision, and it's natural. It's absolutely typical. It's a human response. And all you see is like your door, your little lane of what's happening. So that's why I get this like, oh, we asked for support at this time. I didn't receive those requests.
Okay, he also,
I find him.
He also says that he didn't receive the requests. So I want us to note these facts. This was probably summer of 2021 where he says these remarks, right? This is an interview from summer of 2021. He says he issued National Guard to release at 3. And he just said that, whatever he just said, because I just forgot what he just said. Thought George was going to make a documentary. Oh, yeah, I think he is still making that documentary about Jim Jordan. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Everyone is like losing their collective shit over the whole Biden stuff. This is just the summer before the election. Let's all calm down, relax. You vote for a party, not a person. It doesn't really, just relax. Don't let them, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if you, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about who's saying so-and-so should do this and that. And that's dumb. And that's really... that's all. So just don't worry about all this nonsense, with the Biden stuff, and just focus on what is real, right? What we know is real is that the Democrats have an entire administration. Biden is fine. And frankly, Biden, in his whatever capacity, has passed more legislation, even now with this stupid do-nothing Congress. He had passed more legislation than most other, administrations, and done some historic stuff. So I'm going to go with the administration who does historic stuff for all of us. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm not going to listen. I don't care George Clooney. I don't care who says, oh, I think Biden should step aside. Well, I think... Up in the Air was a dumb movie. Okay? I think it was boring. So how about that? Oh, did he? I didn't see his NATO thing. So you know what? The thing is I'm not voting. See, this is the problem. I'm not voting for a person. And I actually think Biden's fine. I think he's old, and I think he's got some health issues. And I think he's, he's got people around him who also are help. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I want the people who are not going to take rights away from people. That's who I'm voting for. Period. And it is insanity to me that anyone would actually vote against that. That's insanity to me. So that's my point. It's like, yeah, okay, great. You want him to step aside. Okay. If he becomes incapacitated, guess what? There's a plan for that. There's a plan for that. And no, Mossad, nobody's taking your fucking guns away. And if you believe that, you're not paying attention. Or you're paying attention to the stupid people who tell you what to think. Because nobody has taken away your guns. Nobody. So fuck off. Fuck off with you thinking that somehow Democrats don't stand up for all the rights in the Constitution. Because guess what? They do. Fucking grow up. And pay attention and think about someone other than yourself for a fucking second and pull your head out of your right-wing ass and stop just listening to, I don't give a shit. No, you're not, okay? You're fucking coming up with, well, then you've swallowed the right-wing pablum. So you're not truly independent, are you? Because you just regurgitated right-wing stupid talking points. So that to me means you're getting your media. So did my dad. My dad served this country too. And you know what? The fact of the matter is that I'm just like so done with ignorance. Fucking ignorance. You're not independent. You're not independent. Stop it. I'm glad you're here because maybe you'll learn something. That's the only reason I don't kick you out is because A, you haven't said anything disgusting yet, like you normally do. And B, you've been open to at least listening to what we're saying. So you can stay, but I don't have time for right-wing talking points. That's not what we do here. We don't do that here. So nobody's trying to take away your guns, although maybe there are some of you that should have your guns taken away, frankly. And I'm okay with that. How about that? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm sure it says independent. All right. Anyway, let's hear this nonsense. Let's hear this other nonsense.
Very typical of how crises happen and how people respond to them.
So let's look at what the time frame was when you actually approved sending troops to help.
304.
Okay, so what happened at 304 and why is it being reported that it wasn't until 441?
Politics, obviously, or it's either raw, bland, bold politics, or it's a misunderstanding of how the military works. I suspect it's a little bit of both. But that's the military, my classic line I use, this isn't Halo, Master Chief doesn't teleport. There's a huge amount of work that has to go in because I have an obligation. When I was there and when I was a commander is when you employ force and you send service members into harm's way, you need to have a plan, even if it's quick, but you need to make sure that they know what they're doing. They have to go back to the armory. They have to get instructions. They have to coordinate with local law enforcement. Where are they rolling
into? Weren't they
into?
at the armory?
Weren't they at the
armory waiting?
You just don't show up. You have to coordinate with the people that own the area. And so it's you have to clear roads. You have to get buses. You have to get drivers. Drivers have to get briefed on the route that they're going to take. Oh, just follow the cops.
I think we saw a tweet about that.
Because guess what?
Check Jackie Singh's
Somebody
timeline.
will get separated. So you have to go through this very, very appropriate planning sequence. And then guess what? You need to rehearse a little bit. You're like, folks, this is what we're going to do. This is what we expect. We're going to come in on the northeast side. Then Jill, you remember, National Guard has to get deputized. They have to get sworn in as law enforcement. Oh, what? Yes. Bus pulls up, sworn law enforcement officer gets on there, raise your right hand and repeat after me. And they deputize them and then get off the bus.
Oh, Chris.
So the other thing too, when you're in a situation like this, you just don't want to have 2 or 3 people show up, 10, 15 people. When the National Guard showed up, it needed to be, this situation has fundamentally changed. Time for you to get the heck out of here. So that's why I thought that General Walker and the Army were very appropriate in taking the time to prepare their people for what they were doing. So when they showed up, it was game. The fundamental game has changed. So that's what happens. And that's why, I appreciate the question because people are this isn't a video game. It's not a Netflix movie. Moving military forces and getting them ready and doing the right thing, because it would be unjust of me and our leaders to send them in without some sort of preparation. So that's what's happening. And then you got the fear, right? You got people like, what are we going into? You don't want them to go
Fear
in.
of the National Guard or fear?
Yeah, everybody's fearful. Everybody's like, what are we going into? Leaders have to make sure that their people know what they're going into, because the last thing you want to do is go in there and do something inappropriate. See, there's so much stuff going on.
He's such a bad liar.
In the armory.
He's such a bad
People
liar.
are running around and, hey,
my only good memory of the Toronto G20 taking a break.
It's just really, so that's what's going on I assume. I wasn't there, but I think maybe if you ask somebody else, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They're getting ready to go
I'm pretty
down
sure
there.
that's
So
all
304, you get the word.
But
I've seen that general walker I didn't know what I
happened.
was doing until you're gonna have to ask him, because that's not the way.
I don't know.
I was raised. And
I don't know.
Not the way things.
That's not why I was
supposed to work.
That's not why I was raised.
I mean, obviously,
that's not what I heard.
At this point, very involved in figuring out how to plan and execute what needed to be done. Did you have any?
No, I was not.
No, he didn't. No,
that's not the way it works.
That's not the way it works. I don't know anything.
I give the order to execute, and then
I don't know what happens after that.
It goes to Secretary of the Army McCarthy, who then goes to General Walker, who's the head of the DC National Guard.
And then I don't know what happens after that. So it's somebody else's fault.
Put a plan together and brief the people, and then it trickles all the way down through like 16 levels until the kid, probably not a kid, but the National Guard person who's going to be going out there knows exactly what they're doing. They know the rules of engagement. They know what they can do. They know what their purpose is, and they know their left and right ones.
Did you have any opportunity during that time to talk to the president or any other senior leaders?
No, I don't talk to anybody
senior
in my
leaders,
job.
I talked to the vice president after. That's another one. Like, the vice president ordered you to activate the National Guard. Talked to Pelosi, talked to all the Gang of 8, talked to everybody after 304 when I give
Why
an
didn't you
order
talk
to
to him
activate
before?
the entire DC National Guard and support local law enforcement and federal law enforcement in clearing the Capitol. So yeah, I talked to them all. Didn't talk to the president. Didn't need to.
But you talked to the vice president when he was safe?
Yeah, he called.
He called, and what was his take on the events? Did he share with you?
What's going on? He was, Vice President Pence is extremely mission focused. And like,
yeah, thank goodness,
Mr. Secretary,
right?
what do you got? I'm like, hey, first off, I was like, Mr. Vice President, where are you? Because I guess I didn't know, because I asked him. He goes, I'm at the Capitol. Where do you think I am?
I guess I didn't
I was like,
know.
oh, I'm sorry. He stayed there with his
know.
family. So yeah, I guess I didn't know that he stayed there until then. And I told him, hey, National Guard's mobilized, going to come in and support law enforcement. It's on the way. Don't know when it's going to happen. It's going to take a while to prepare. Stand by. He goes, okay, got it.
So there's
really
another
quick
thing. Wait,
conversation.
hold on. There's another thing memorialized. Oh,
shit. Memorialized for us here. He says he had a conversation with the vice president and everything was fine. Everything was fine. When was his conversation with the vice president? Did he say after 304? What time was it? I can't remember now. I really want to TikTok some of these lies against what really I know. Jill drilling down is so wonderful. Like, she is such a good fucking attorney, litigator. I don't know what you call that. Interrogator. I don't know. Anyway, so I just love these little inconsistencies.
It's a little bit busy. I was too.
Yeah, so I guess, I really appreciate you going through this, because I think there is a lot of confusion about what happened that day. And I think specifically with what happened with President Trump, because it took him quite a long time to actually release a video and then condemn the mob that broke into the Capitol. So you mentioned that you didn't have any conversation with him, or that you didn't see the need to, but did you realize that maybe his words could have impacted when the mob would have retreated or any of that?
I mean, I had all my upbringing is you don't ask the boss for further authority or permission if you already have it. Do your job. So I had absolutely no reason to do that. What's going on there is spinning. I'm kind of tracking it. But at this point, you really have mission focus on let's get this thing going, support the police that need support, and get ready for the next phase of this, which is going to be a lot.
Did you have any reaction?
What's a lot?
Yeah, go ahead, Jill.
Go ahead. I just wanted to clarify because I think I heard a different question. I think what Victor was getting at was that, eventually Trump did say, go home, although he said, go home, we love you, which is not exactly saying get out of there and stop doing what you're doing. And I'm just wondering, you've already, I've heard you say on another outlet that without Trump's initial words, without saying go march and go and fight like hell, that this would not have happened. And I think what Victor's getting at is even after it happened, he could have stopped it. But we read that he was loving watching it and he didn't come out. And I'm just wondering what your knowledge is of that, if you have any knowledge.
I have none. I mean, I focused on what's going on. I was completely taken out of context, which I sound like Mike Flynn now. I apologize. And I sound so bitter and angry, and I shouldn't. I'm sorry, but this is obviously very concerned that everything's been so politicized. And, you brought it up at the beginning, like, hey, we're still not going to do a commission. I had the most lovely relationship with Governor Keene of New Jersey, who was on the September 11th commission with Lee Hamilton. And, I heard him on TV the other night where he said, the true people that got the 9/11 commission through, and we remember this, everybody's like, oh, it was the best thing that ever happened. And, birds were singing and everybody was, hugging and singing Kumbaya. That's complete nonsense. The people that forced that commission to be established were the families. And he reminded people of that, and reminded me. And I'm like, wow, very important. So now, Victor, you started, maybe Jill, you started with like, we still don't have a commission. And so we're going to continue to flounder on with these issues. And so to answer your question, that was a roundabout way. I was probably, giving some talking point or something, although I don't have any talking points. So
I was given a talking point, even though I don't have any talking points.
I even forgot what it was. So run it by me again.
He doesn't remember the question.
This question or the first one?
Yeah, what was the last one?
What was just what you knew at the time, what you were thinking in terms of, could the president have...
Oh, okay. I know what I wanted to say. I got, new information comes out literally every day about what happened on January 6th. So, when I look at video now, because a lot of that video wasn't available when you refer to the comments I made earlier, which, fine. And I stand by them. But here's what I was trying to make a point.
Why am I even here?
I had last time I was testifying, I had a nice friend who kept texting me, because with Zoom calls on the Hill now, you can actually get, my buddy's texting me as a political. He's like, hey man, they don't understand nuance. I understand what you're trying to say, but it's not working. It's like, oh man, I thought we were up here to like have a discussion and not just like get yelled at. But that's neither here nor, well, it is here and it is there.
What the hell is happening right now?
The point I was trying to make was, when I see more evidence, it was clear that there were organized assault elements, cells of people that had shown up that day with one intent, and that was to cause violence. I don't know if there was some sort of larger conspiracy. The FBI will figure that out. So that's why I was trying to say, like,
it turns out,
President
and then
Trump did his.
Our narrator says, and there was, children, there was an actual crime and conspiracy committed. It's called the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. That's right. There were conspiracies, but guess who they were with? People like Ginny Thomas. Yes, that's right, Ginny Thomas, who is married to Clarence Thomas, who is sitting on the Supreme Court right now, who wants to protect Trump because he sent instructions specifically to Aileen Cannon on a case that had nothing to do with the presidential immunity case that was in front of him. But I digress.
Thing on the ellipse, and he said all the things that you brought up. Now, my point I'm trying to make is there were those people, and we see them with the helmets, and they're all stacked up going into the building and doing the bear spray. There were clearly organized elements. I don't think, my sense is that there was an organized conspiracy before that. Now, the collusion, I have no idea. That's probably why we need to have further.
It's above my pay grade. I
So
don't even know.
that was the point
FBI's
I was
looking at
trying
it.
to
Are
make.
they looking at
Certainly
it?
wasn't helpful.
I don't think
but
they
what
did,
I'm trying
actually.
to say, not well.
I don't think the FBI
recognize it,
did.
is
Isn't that funny?
it's clear to
Who's
me
the
that
FBI director?
there were organized
Chris
elements that
Wray.
were intending
Who
to do
appointed
violence
Chris
on the
Wray?
Capitol
Donald
that day.
Trump.
And of course, when all those marchers came in, that gave them a huge amount of cover. So the question is, would they have assaulted the Capitol without the cover of the thousands of people that came up from the ellipse? I don't know.
I guess to me.
So, and you mentioned the
Oh,
9/11
that's,
Commission.
wait, whoa. Okay, so that's a very interesting detail to bring up, okay? It's an interesting detail for the head of the Defense Department to bring up that, gosh, it's kind of a likely scenario that they needed the cover of the crowd to mask what their intent was. And I'm sure by them, he means the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers who were in their, tactical gear and forming stacks and all that bullshit, right? So it's interesting to me that a member of the administration would bring up that those stacks of conspirators needed the cover of a crowd. Now, how would you generate the cover of a crowd? I don't know. You could hold a big speech. You could organize prayer groups to meet outside the Capitol during the peaceful transfer of power. So yeah, there's, gosh, I think Chris let a little tidbit out there. I think Chris just let us in on some of the tea. I think he pulled the curtain back just a little teeny tiny bit there. Yep. J6 judges make that point in occasional sentencing. Yep. So, good call, Chris. Good call.
And what it resulted from the families, and yet the January 6th Commission, despite Officer Sicknick's family, the officer who was killed as a result of the violence that day, that didn't influence the decision of the Republicans today. It's a I know you don't want to do politics, but it is a different political environment than existed 9/11. We are now polarized in a way that does not allow for sensible decisions and compromise, and so.
So what are we going to do going forward? Is that a topic? Yeah. What do you guys think? I do all the talking. I'm tired of talking. What do you guys got?
Well, we have you here as our expert to talk about that.
Yeah, you're the expert, idiot.
But I think Victor had some questions, and one of them at the end is asking about the future and what could be done to make the Defense Department more responsive, more appropriately responsive, or to avoid this ever happening again. Because I don't think any of us wants to see the Capitol defaced and disgraced in this way again.
Who's responsible? Who's responsible for Capitol Hill? That's the legislative branch, right?
Oh my God!
Now, isn't that a separate and co-equal branch of our government?
What's your point, babe?
You just don't get to show up on Capitol Hill. Like, leadership owns that hill.
Really?
So
and they asked for protection, and you didn't give it.
Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen brought that point up, and I thought it was very eloquent. It didn't resonate. It frankly didn't resonate with me at first because you're kind of in the zone. You're like, thank God they didn't ask me a question. I can take a breath, and just watch the countdown meter as, get ready for the next.
Do you take your job
question.
seriously,
But he
sir?
brought that up very appropriately. That the executive branch just doesn't roll forces in or roll.
Who takes this guy
you get
seriously?
invited on to Capitol Hill, and so I think there's some really important questions that haven't, I think, been adequately addressed yet. Is the role of senior leadership on Capitol Hill that day? And
you're going to
my
lose that
sense
battle
is there's
because
a lot going on.
You're going to lose
and
that battle.
I don't
Chris,
know what it is
because
but I'd
frankly,
be really
they asked
interested,
for help
'cause I
and you
think one of
wouldn't
the
give
questions
it.
is,
Sorry,
DC
fact.
Metropolitan Police did all hands on deck. Chief Kathi, great, just wonderful leader. In our calls about coordination and synchronization for January 6th. He's like, this is all hands on deck. Everybody's showing up that day. I don't know if that happened on Capitol Hill. So I think there's some leadership questions. I have the utmost respect and regards. I got to be privileged to walk around and talk to some of those great police officers on Capitol Hill and, give them my thanks. But I don't know. I haven't seen that sort of insight or those sorts of questions being asked yet.
I can't. I almost can't anymore. He's blaming the victims. Yeah.
Before Victor asks some of the forward-looking questions, in hindsight, is there anything that if you could redo the events of January 6th, that you would do differently?
This is going to sound like a cop-out, but there were 8,000 to 10,000 cops on duty that day. It is not in the nation's best interest to use your armed forces in domestic law enforcement except as a last resort and when all other capabilities have been expended. And people will, what, don't you think that occurred? Yes, it did. And the fact of military operations is that, you don't snap your fingers. I highlight our best trained active duty forces that are on alert to deploy anywhere in the world have a requirement to be wheels up in 3 hours. The National Guard went from being out on checkpoints on one side of town and being helping clear the Capitol and supporting.
Okay, listen, Larry Hogan. Yeah, I did perfect. If anything failed, it was everyone else. Larry Hogan had his fucking Maryland National Guard at the border ready to go for hours. These guys slow walked it until they couldn't slow walk it anymore. That's the bottom line. The reason Chris Miller is gulping so much is because he knows he's lying. And he's just too dumb to shut his fucking mouth. And he's too much of an addict to think that maybe somehow he can whitewash his role in this fucking debacle. When in fact, he only digs himself deeper holes because he's got like an addict brain. Where he's buying his own lemonade, right? He's squeezing the lemons, he's adding his special sugar, and then he's drinking it right up. And he's trying to sell it, but it tastes like shit. So, yeah. This was a fucking plot to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Period. Full stop. There's plenty of evidence. Just because the FBI hasn't done their job means that Chris Wray is a corrupt motherfucker. And he's part of all of it, right? He's part of AFPI. Isn't he part of CNP? I think I saw him on the membership list. I mean, most of them are probably part of the Council for National Policy. This has been a takeover of the Republican Party by extremists. Chris Miller is a tool of the extremists because he would do whatever he was told. It's all connected. And it's not like some big movie conspiracy. It's just a bunch of fucking rich people who want to stay rich and they want the country to be as white as possible because they don't want anyone to compete with them. That's it. Period. That's what the Republican Party has become. Kleptocrats. So you're not even voting against Joe Biden if you vote for them. You're voting for something that you don't actually ultimately want, which is a lack of control about your choices. And if you don't think that's what the outcome of this is, you're fucking ignoring like just what's out there. That's why they're so upset about Project 2025, okay? That's why the Republicans are like, oh my God, you guys are losing your hair on fire for Project 20. It's because, yeah, we paid attention to what you wrote. This isn't some fringe document. These are the leaders, right? These are the leaders of your party. So sorry, I know you are used to writing things and having people generally ignore them, but this time people exposed it for what it is. And that's why the Trump people came out with some dumbass, stupid list of 20 things. You know, things can be broken in a country, but the way you fix them isn't to allow your autocrats and your billionaires to buy the government. That's not how you fix it. That's not how you fix it. It is a new feudal age, and we're the serfs. And Peter Thiel is laughing all the way to Mars. And I mean, it sounds ridiculous and can be laughed at, and that's all fine and good, but it's actually happening, so I don't really know. It's not funny to me. So, yeah. All right.
Domestic law enforcement in, you know, depends how you look at it, and we still don't have, but it was quicker than 3 hours. So that's kind of one of the fundamental things. And at the end of the day, you know, it is not, that's what we have civilian law enforcement to do. And it's a slippery slope if you start using, military's the easy button. They'll do anything. They do what they're told. I mean, that's their greatest strength, right? But let's not turn it into their greatest weakness either. And this country was founded on an aversion to a standing military, and to use them domestically is extremely hazardous and extremely perilous to the republic. And so at the end of the day, you know, I try to step back and look at the big picture. Oh, could we have, you know, done something this way or that way? Obviously, there's always things that you can do. And I was a special operator, Green Beret, in my first career, and we're the most hypercritical people in the world. And our
can you imagine him as a Green Beret?
Principle
He's
is
such a
always to improve our
washcloth.
performance. So absolutely, there are things. But when you step it back and you look at the Secretary of Defense level, and you look at the Constitution, and you look at the role of the armed forces and the military, I really am. I stand by it. And I think, frankly, when we get through this period of this antagonism and this hyper-partisanship, I think, you know, historians are going to go like, yeah, you know, that's the correct role of the military. And at the end of the day, you answer.
So what Chris was doing there was trying to, he's a brainwash cloth. I can't imagine him a soldier of any kind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, playing Halo. Yeah, he's probably the guy sitting at a desk. Anyway, he has the audacity. He has the goddacity, the goddamn acity. He has the goddamn acity to proclaim that history will look on him favorably for how he handled things. That is literally what that little douchebag fleshlight just said. That is what his legacy will be remembered as restraint. Can you fucking believe the fucking gall of these people? Just a traitor. He's just a traitor. And he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, he's wish casting. He's wish casting. All right, let's continue.
To elected officials, Mayor Bowser had a very specific request. Let's remember, go ahead, let's do a mind game, a thought experiment. If I would have put troops up on Capitol Hill before January 6th, it would have been a constitutional crisis, probably biggest we've had since Watergate. I'm guessing, Jill, you live that one. But that was my thought. And I knew that, and it's kind of funny now how people that were so anti-military and so concerned are the ones that are very adamant that somehow their military failed them. They don't blame the military. They blame me.
Yeah,
I'll own it all day long.
Yes, you
good
should.
managers,
In
good
fact,
leaders,
you're going to end up
accept
being like,
responsibility
I think he
for
needs to be
everything
brought up on charges.
good that happens or everything that bad
Him and
that
Charles
happens.
Flynn.
But at the
Where's
end of the day,
Charles
I'm very
Flynn?
comfortable
Let's drag
with the
his fucking
decisions
scraggly
that I
balls
made
in here
that
now.
day in
I want to hear
support
from
of the
him.
Constitution.
On that day, or even going forward to since January 20th, have you been in touch with other members of the cabinet? And during that time, first of all, during that time period between January 6th and January 20th, was there any cabinet meetings or not a meeting with the president, but did cabinet members speak to each other and express any concern about the events of that day?
I think I can only speak for myself, but you have to compartment these things, and you're seeing this horrendous event occur, but you still have a job to do. So I think most of us were like, we'll work through this after we leave government and have a little bit of time. But right now, we have an obligation to look at the next challenge.
What about Elaine Chao?
That was
she left that
going
night.
Forward. There were still some
Did you talk to Elaine Chao?
Threats that were out there. So there was still a lot going on. And so I don't think there was, I think there was a sense of like, wow, no, there was more than a sense. It was like, that was a really bad day for our country. I don't think anybody said, oh, no, whatever. No, everybody recognized, not everyone, the people that I talked to, the cabinet officials and others, were very disturbed and disappointed and concerned.
Well, and you mentioned you were
Susan Collins was there.
Were focused on January 20th, the actual inauguration. And I'm wondering, because there was so much going on in terms of public commentary about the president and what he had caused and the belief that he had been the direct cause of this terrible thing, whether there was ever any discussion among you in the cabinet of the 25th Amendment.
No.
I just want to quickly just touch on the period between January 6th and January 20th. What were your main goals between that period? Obviously, it turned out, the inauguration was very smooth, but I guess, what were your goals between that period and I guess your reaction to a lot of the increased presence of the National Guard at the Capitol complex?
First and foremost was to deter the enemies of our country that meant us ill and intended to harm us. That was the fundamental focus.
From us.
When you put 26,000 National Guardsmen, National Guards people into district.
I want to do a follow-up interview.
The situation had been resolved, and I was not at all concerned that there was going to be a recurrence of the activities that happened on January 6th.
Because he knew there wasn't going to be a recurrence.
Before we had this conversation,
just because you have inside information doesn't mean you're like doing
University,
something, Chris.
We found out that you studied history and that you won an award for the highest GPA in the history department. And so you're obviously well versed with history and everything that's going on in our country right now. And I'm wondering, with the amount of polarization we have right now, what do you think is the best way to deal with January 6th? And I guess, how much damage do you think the insurrection did to the legitimacy of democracy on the global stage?
Thanks for bringing that up, because all my buddies, the only reason I got that award is my two roommates graduated a semester earlier who were a billion times smarter than I is. And so I was like the last guy standing there. Probably only 3 people in the history department.
Hey, great. We know you're an idiot.
It's still a great badge.
Answer the question.
I must have put that in a resume. I wonder where that came from. Hilarious. I won it. I'll take it. $200. I need to pay back GW for that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pay them back. I think it was serious, and it was, it's not unprecedented by the Capitol. I mean, the Capitol's been bombed a couple times. I mean, let's, I, as a person who is an amateur historian, I would just love if we could just like dial it down and take a breath. And I get it from my family. Like, these are the worst times. The country's coming undone. I'm like, we fought a civil war where almost 500,000 American citizens died fighting each other. So let's go ahead and let's just talk a little differently about this. And I think democracy is ready for a reset. I think remember the progressive era with TR and everybody.
Democracy is ready for a reset. Democracy is ready for a reset.
Took a long time. Those ideas that led to that recreation of our democracy, and we can go back to Jackson, we can go to FDR, those ideas were planted 20, 30 years before, healthy, Food and Drug Administration, minimum wage, all the things that are known. And then when FDR with the New Deal Coalition, so I think I'm hopeful. And you guys had Lawrence Lessig on there. I'd like to meet him, by the way, because I read all of his stuff, and I just, he's thought through this, and I think he has a great plan of action. So those are the kind of things, but I'm just going to be brutally honest with you. And we have got to break the professional political class. And I am firmly believe that we have to go to term limits, that we have created. This is what I learned in this last experience is
don't we have term
current
limits?
Political order is concerned about three things.
Gaining
mostly power, maintaining power.
So you say just the old people are the problem? Is that what he's saying? Like the old people are the problem?
It's not necessary for them to be compromised because they have to go to both extremes. I think it's directly related to the current situation. We have a breed of professional politicians. I think we have to go back, and everybody's like, that would never happen. Victor, you can yell at me. Chris, that would never happen. That means they'd have to vote themselves out of office. Well, I actually still have a pretty fervent belief in the goodness of American citizenry. And we like to say, oh, we're all a bunch of uneducated people that don't know anything anymore. I actually find that's why I love coming out to the Midwest, and I love going to Iowa and listening to people and asking questions, and all the craziness that happens in DC that I get yelled at by my wife and children about, Dad, or honey, you gotta fight back. And you go out there and people are really, this sounds like a political ad. It's not. People
fight
are really
what?
Concerned about this country.
What is he fighting
taking
against?
Care of their family in the future. So that's kind of where I am. And it was a horrible day. It was a horrible event. And we're in this really, really difficult political situation. But hey, we hold the future in our hands. And you guys aren't paying me.
Do you believe the children of the future?
I'm going to say it. You
Teach
guys
them well
having
and
shows
help
like
them
this where we can
lead
have
the
these
way?
conversations and hopefully help
Show them the beauty
educated
they
couple
possess
people.
inside?
I'm absolutely surprised.
Is that what you think, Chris?
Because I had a person I work with came in and it's like, hey, my aunt called. She was on the West Coast, very educated woman. She said, do you know this Chris Miller? He's going to overthrow the country. Miller? Can you believe this? Extremely well educated, extremely knowledgeable about current affairs and the political system. And my friend goes, he's three doors down. Do you want me to go down there and ask him? I don't think that's going to happen. But what that resonated with me was the state that we are in right now, where people are going to take everything to such an extreme and not have a conversation about it. And that's just why I love what you guys are doing. And I thank you for having me on. And I hope I didn't let you down. But this is an emotional issue. And I'm sure I came across as shrill and crass and some sort of like demonic figure, some sort of like, Death Eater or something. But hey, it is what it is. But it would be nice if people recognize that, you know what, we're all in this together. Let's give it a whirl.
What?
So I'm optimistic, man, and maybe I'm a cup half full person. You can yell at me and call me an idiot, and everybody will. But I'm not giving up. I think we got a good future ahead of us, but we really have to get our act together, and we need to really be serious about this.
I totally agree with you. I think.
Okay, all right. I think I've heard enough. Bless the beast and the children. Teach them something, something, something. They'll something, something, something else. And something, something, something else. Holy fucking God. Kathi, did you send that clip? I can't even remember what happened. That was fantastic. That's fantastic. Jesus Christ on a cracker. What is happening? What is happening in this world? I really appreciate having that clip. Where's our campfire? We need some campfire stat. The hell? Put the campfire up, Lolo. Come on. Come on, girl. Jesus Christ. Tea Party, Mark Meckler, and Michael Ferris. Oh, the CNP. So watching the movie last night, Bad Faith, it has those great, like charts where they have all these connections. And I don't know. I really am curious. I'm gonna really push that. This was 3 years ago. I would actually, would be really interesting. It wouldn't be interesting really to anyone but me. But what I'm interested in is I would like to track what Chris Miller has said about specific pieces. Oh, Ann Nelson. Yeah, I'm reading Shadow Network right now. It's so good. I mean, no, I was talking about, Ann Nelson and, of course, Brent Allpress, who I have a huge crush on, but so smart. And also, Brent Allpress was also featured in People You May Know, which is the documentary by Charles Krieg, and his work on Cambridge Analytica. Great books. Great, but great movie, Bad Faith. We watched it last night, but I need to watch it again. And maybe I'll do one of those like weird reaction videos where you can get away with showing parts of the movie online and then talking about it. So I might try to do something like that, although I'm not very good at that, right? When I try to do things like certain types of shows, I don't really know how to do them. I'm not, not everybody has all the same people. All the same fucking people with different goals, right? Like Mercers have different goals a little bit than than Tom Fitton or, whatever. Like everybody has like different parts, different roles to play. But I don't know. If I were them, I'd want Chris Miller to be quiet because Chris Miller just can't keep a story straight to save his fucking life. Which is great, but you notice he's not on any indictments. It is sad to me that we haven't had a real commission on January 6th and the fact that there was an insurrection, and that insurrection is ongoing because the Republican Party is not a Republican Party. It's a party of extremists who want to fundamentally change the rights in this country to benefit a few. So I'm not willing to let that happen. I'll do everything I can to avoid that happening. What a morning. Oh my God. Wait, what the fuck time is it? Is it literally like 11 o'clock? Is it already? Holy shit. I didn't realize we'd been going on so long. It is technically challenging to do a reaction video without getting to YouTube. I know, although people do it, so I think you just have to not show a lot of the movie. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I really would like more people to be aware of what is actually in Bad Faith, because I thought it was a really long stream. There you go. We could do an 8-hour stream. Because I've seen people do that with movies, and this movie just really, it's a good movie. And the thing about this movie for me is that it really kind of tied this story together in a way that was very understandable. And gave the information about the corruption of the kind of the takeover. It was fascinating and exhausting. I had to go to bed last night, like at 9 o'clock, because I was so emotionally exhausted just from the whole day because of other stuff. I had to take a really long drive yesterday, and there was a lot of traffic, and it was just very nerve-wracking. So it kind of just fucked me up for the whole day after that. And then the movie fucked me up even more, so I just ended up being really fucked up last night. So I went to bed. I'm going to go night-night. Anyway, So tonight, I think there might be a space. I don't know. I don't know if Jim's going to host a space tonight or not, because I think a lot of people are on vacation or going places and stuff. It went okay. It went okay. Not great, but okay. Yeah, mental health breaks are critical. I think I'm going to have to build in breaks. You know what I mean? Because I end up like, freaking out and canceling things when I don't feel good and stuff like that. And I think I should just probably like build in like seasons, like the 5/8 has seasons and shit like that. So I should probably figure out, and it'd be more consistent. But anyway, that's not neither here nor there. But yeah, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Samesies. I spoiled my cat. See, that's so nice. I'm telling you, the cat love really helps. It really does. It really does. Cat love really helps. So if I don't see you tonight, I will definitely see you tomorrow morning at the same time, maybe on time today or tomorrow. I wasn't on time today, but I'll try and be on time tomorrow. Oh, you know what tomorrow is? Holy shit, you guys. Wait a minute. So tomorrow is something really special. Tomorrow is I think it's sentencing, but I'm not really sure. Anyway, there's something to do with Stephanie Lambert in Michigan tomorrow morning. So please, please, please tune into the Wake and Bake tomorrow morning, because we'll be watching, I think, something happening in the Michigan fake electors sitch. So I think that's going to happen tomorrow morning. So don't miss it. Ow. Ow. I just kicked my leg. Owie. Anyway. I know. All right. So hug your kitty. Yeah. So I will definitely see you tomorrow morning. That's so nice. I think that's nice. Preliminaries, yes. I think it's Stephanie, her case can go forward, Stephanie Lambert. So, yeah, check it out, Lee. Lee's our Michigan Connect. But I'll be live tomorrow morning, 6:30 Pacific, 9:30 Eastern, everything in between. I might go early only because if Michigan starts early. Sometimes they do. So, I don't know. When you get up, maybe throw on YouTube and see if I'm live. How about that? Thank you. Anyway, thanks again for coming. Thanks for being such an amazing, fucking group of people that are so fucking smart about this stuff. And, I'm glad Chuds are watching. I hope Chuds watch frequently. I hope they do. I hope Chuds watch often. I hope people are exposed to decent information and even smarter chat than you get anywhere else on the internet. So we have 101 viewers across all platforms. Looks like we have about 11 here between YouTube, and then the rest of you all are over there on the Twitters. So thanks again for coming. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you later. I guess I'll see you later.
Headlines and punchlines.